In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron. There's Johnny. Good morning, sleepyhead.
Sleepy, that's what we'll call it. Yep.
Did you get a nice 24 hours in?
Yep.
What?
What do you mean 24 hours in?
I was, because you were sleepy yesterday. You didn't sleep very...
yesterday. Yeah, yesterday I was definitely sleepy. I didn't really get any sleep.
That's what the sleepyhead thing was.
Yeah, no, I was going with you. I got my 24 in.
You said, definitely sleepy.
Well, it was more than just...
Yeah, but you didn't
my MS
get...
stuff got spiked, and I took a tumble on Monday, and it wasn't good.
Yeah, but it's funnier to say you were sleepy.
Yep.
It's really
I
fucking
was sleepy as fuck.
It's
I was
fucking
drooling like a bitch on my pillow all day.
It's depressing to say the other one.
Yeah, let's not talk about the other one.
Yeah. Didn't you learn anything from doing morning radio? You got to be happy. Can't bum people out. Now especially you can't bum people out. You need their money. People get depressed. They go, this economy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what it is.
But if you go, oh, sleepyhead Johnny, they go, oh,
Picking up with Tim Walz.
Here's a $5 or a $10 for sleepyhead Johnny. You go, Johnny fell down and hurt himself really bad, and he was in rough shape Tuesday. They'll go, I remember when my uncle used to be. But he was a drinker and a fiend.
It was just, he had his problems.
All right, guys, we got a great show today. We got, apparently, I did not know this, but our governor is good friends with school shooters.
Oh, boy.
The
list grows.
I was not aware of that. It's weird, too, because... I was ready to come in here today. We did the evening show last night, and thank you very much to an insanely generous Tuesday audience yesterday. You guys, let's see, what'd you do? You knocked out yesterday right away, you knocked out Monday night right away, and you knocked out a good third or a quarter, more than a quarter of Tuesday night. Then we told the evening show audience, if you bang out tonight by 8 o'clock, we'll do the debate. And they not only did they do that, but before the show even started, somebody covered tonight's evening show goal because they wanted us to watch a movie that Matt has never seen before. And Matt agreed to come in and do a movie thing tonight. So we're going to be on Rumble tonight. We're going to do a watch along. Somebody honestly, Gray Duckling gave us the money, so he got to pick the movie. He picked movie 43.
That's a good movie. Matt's not seen it?
Matt hasn't seen it, but I don't know. There's so many Americana era, Americana classics he hasn't seen that I was kind of hoping for that. Nobody's allowed to make by the way, nobody's allowed to make a clip or meme video of me trying to open this green tea and failing miserably.
Yeah, you've been at it for a while. What do you mean?
I got it. I was pretending it was a cock, and I was doing it very lovingly.
Work your way in. All right, so I have a question. Why does the message say short last night?
Oh, does it? On which one, Rumble? On which? Yeah, okay, I got the wrong one on Rumble. The right one is on YouTube. Hold on a minute. We weren't we can't be 3:30 short last night. There is no 3:30 goal. And I have my grift ready to go for today too. You guys are gonna love the grift today. It's pretty good.
Okay, what's the grift?
3:30 from OT. There we go. That's better. I'll put that in the Rumble chat. And that's a better one. There we are. Boom. There we go. Yeah, the grift today is $330 from OT. The evening show got $20 into today. Don't let Johnny feel like a failure. I like that grift. That's a good grift. The grift is Johnny wasn't here. Somebody brought it up yesterday. They go, "Oh man, Johnny's not here today," and it got knocked out right away. I'm like, you know what? We're using that for tomorrow. See, if we don't get it taken care of today, Johnny's gonna feel like, oh man, I guess we make more money when I'm not there. I really am a giant hunk of shit. So don't let Johnny feel like a giant hunk of shit. And Johnny, don't you dare counter signal that narrative. That is the grift today. The grift today is Johnny's gonna feel like shit, and it's going to be all your fault if we don't get today knocked out. See, Jack and Sixes on Rumble has been telling me that I don't have a good enough grift. That just saying, hey, this is how much money we need to keep the show going, that's not a good grift. Okay. And so I need a better grift. And I'm like, God damn. And I feel like I can't.
We got to do it for me today.
Yeah, no. We got to do it for the show. But if we don't do it for the show, you're going to feel like a bag of shit.
Right.
You're going to feel worthless.
So we better get it knocked out, guys.
That's the grift. So, Jack Sixes, I know you're in the Rumble chat. If you like it, if you're happy with the grift, because he criticizes my grift, sometimes he goes, you don't grift hard enough. There's my grift. Johnny, who has multiple sclerosis, will feel as though he is not worthy if we fail today. Deutsch Chad says, don't mess this up, Johnny. Hey, wait. That is not what the grift is. The grift is not blaming Johnny. The grift is Johnny will blame himself.
Look, guys, it'll be my fault if we don't do this. I gotta get this done.
Hear what he said? Do you hear what he's saying?
Did you hear the man?
Did you hear what he said? So, yes. Jack Sixes says, LOL, you got to work it, baby. The guilt grift. Yes, the guilt grift today. So, thank you. MSO says, Aaron also has MS. Multiple stupidity. Wait a minute. Actually, you know what? I'm thinking about it. The last year or so, that checks out.
Some of those decisions, that makes sense. Starting
October 26th, that checks out. 1 year. 1 whole year on October 26th. Citizen M says, I find guilt to be a highly effective motivator. Yeah. By the way, Em, I don't want to really give it the time of day because it's really a dog shit subhuman move, but you are who you are. It's sad. It's unfortunate. I wish you were. Actually, I don't care. I had some compassion there for a moment, but I lost it. It was like a burp. You are dog shit. You know what you did. It's a dog shit move. I don't really like the kind of person you are, but I find you essentially harmless. So whatever. I mean, hopefully you'll get better someday for you. But as far as I'm concerned, I mean, if that's who you are, you'll rot that way. Los Federales with $2 says, Tim looked like he had to drop a deuce last night. All right. We're going to talk more about the debate in a little bit. Actually, you know what? We have debate stuff first, so we can get to that. Michael Colleen with $17.76 starting us off on PayPal today. Big Chad Zumach fan. He says, Mud Shark rules. I don't know. I find Chad charming these days. I do. I find Chad to be an entertainer. Is what I find Chad to be. A pro wrestler, if you will. So now, when it comes to the debate, we'll talk about that in a second. One thing I did want to mention, since that guy brought up Chad Zumach, I don't want people to think that I'm happy I'll just stop the sentence there. I don't want people to think I'm happy. I don't want people to think I'm happy not covering like piddly ass tiny little drama shit. One thing that I despise about my audience, one thing that really bums me out about my own audience is that they don't like the little piddly drama stuff and football. They're not big enough chicks for me, and they're not big enough men for me. You know what I mean. But you guys don't like the gossipy drama shit. I fucking hate that because you guys are wrong on that. That stuff is fascinating. It's interesting. I find it very funny to comment on. I'm very good at it, as it turns out as well. So you guys not liking that really bums me out a lot. And you guys also not liking that the Vikings are 4-0 really bums me out as well. Those two things.
I don't know, man. With some of the stuff that's happened recently, I mean, very good at the drama stuff on which end? Oh.
What do you mean? My own?
Well,
I think my own is interesting too.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying on the creation or just the commenting?
I think my drama is interesting. I think the drama I was involved in was interesting. There's more of it.
Eventually.
I go on Kiwi Farms. Those guys are fascinating as all hell. They're very entertaining. And I start talking about it, and my audience goes, see, here's the problem with me doing it. I could start doing more of that stuff, and I would gain viewers, but I would lose them on the back end. Like, it would end up being a zero-sum game. I would just switch audiences. And the audience I would have long-term would not be a good one because it would be kind of a cancerous kind of an audience. So I wish there was a way our originals that support this show and keep it on the air, I wish there was a way to trick these people into enjoying that stuff. Because someone tweeted me the other day.
Just say they're not women. Thank you.
Right. Someone tweeted me the other day and they said, Aaron, do you want to comment on it seems like there's a falling out between Shuli and Anthony Cumia. And I'm like, this is something that nobody should give a fuck about. I understand. They're nobodies.
Cardiff's not allowed on MLC anymore.
Wait, what? What?
Cardiff Electric's banned from MLC.
Cardiff Electric was banned on MLC. That's breaking news for two reasons. One, I didn't know Cardiff Electric was still doing his gimmick. And number two, I didn't know he was ever allowed on MLC.
Yeah, but apparently a Misery Loves Clips released a thing. I saw it just as I was getting my windows up for the show. It says that Cardiff Electric banned on MLC.
Oh, my God. He banned the potato?
He banned the potato.
Misery Loves Clips. Is this his YouTube channel or his Twitter? Because I checked Misery Loves Clips Twitter.
I think it's his YouTube channel because I didn't pull up Twitter when I set up.
Oh, he made one of me 17 hours ago. Chrissy Mayer threw me under the bus. Okay.
Why didn't she just put you under the carriage?
Oh, trampled under hoof is what you're saying. Alex Stein versus Roseanne on Diddy and Kanye. Okay. Zumach strikes back. See, I'm just looking at
My Lost Clips or Misery Loves Clips.
Misery Loves Clips, and I'm just seeing Frying Cardiff Electric with Kevin Brennan on MLC. Cardiff Electric will never be allowed on MLC.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about.
Oh, that's 2023.
Oh, Jesus. I don't know. It came up in my.
You should have known. You should have known it was old because Patrick Melton and Bob Levy are on with Kevin, and he hates both of them. So there is that.
Well, I just saw the description. I didn't click into it and look into it. I just saw it as I was pulling up.
Well, look, man, I tell you what. And now people making jokes in the chat. Sugar cubes didn't work, Aaron. See, now that's. Oh. So, this audience doesn't like drama. They don't enjoy it. It's too bad because I love it. I read about it. I have feelings about it. I have comments about it. And nobody, my audience doesn't want to play. They don't want to play. Like, I hate this. This is dumb. I'm like, how is this dumb? This is juicy as fuck. This is so interesting. It's interesting for two reasons. One, because I'm fascinated by it. Two, because it's so stupid. People are like, this is so stupid. I'm like, that's the fun. None of this matters. It's silliness. It's just human foibles being gossiped about.
It's just fun to point at and laugh.
Yeah. So let's see what
someone else will point at yours and laugh. Why not spread it around?
Right. That's how hate happens. Someone does it to
pointing at
you.
mine and laughing. Bob pointed yours.
Someone does it to you. You do it back to them. Hurt people hurt people. Everybody has a laugh.
And the world keeps turning.
Buffalo Jockey says gossip is for fags. Sports is entertaining, but you suck at talking about sports. That's only half true. Jack Sixes says they are lying to themselves. They love the drama. They don't, though. Like literally, if I want to introduce new drama, it's just I go in the chat and people just bitching about it. XJX says Vikings will lose to the Bears and Aaron will cry when talking about it. That would be a huge letdown if we lost to the Bears this year. If we don't beat the Bears twice, we're not for real. Mr. Beat says watching sports is gay. Real men work on engines and fix and build stuff. Dude, are you trying to say that American culture dictates that men don't watch football? That's the gayest thing I've ever heard. Citizen M says, we love the gossipy drama shit. Sports commentary is Ambien, though. Well, see, now that just is a good way to find out that you're gay and probably low on testosterone. You should like both. It's a balance between your estrogen and your testosterone. If you just like gossipy shit, then you have too much estrogen. If you only like football, you're testosterone man. If you like both, you're well-balanced. You're well-balanced.
Balance out your meal. You can't just have the steak. You got to have the vegetables, too.
Yeah. Dr. Rondo says, did you see the video of Sean and Nick on the same stream throwing barbs at each other? Yup, and I thought it was fucking hilarious, and I thought Nick looked like a little baby. But guess what? If I play it on the show,
can't do it.
If I play it on the show, be like, oh, enough already. Yeah, blah, 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 blah. It's like, that shit is funny, man. It's funny as fuck. Clopogram says the only drama to talk about is Kiki and Gino saying more lovely stuff about you. Were they nice to me again? I saw some Will Heron clips where, let's just say, I don't think those two want to talk about my situation anymore because they seem to be backtracking on a lot of shit. I saw a clip Will Heron did where, and again, I can't say too much, you guys, but you'll understand. I watched a clip where Keanu went, well, I thought him getting arrested was a little drastic. I'm like, I think somebody might be getting a shower text for that one. I think you going on the air saying, I don't think you should have been arrested. It's like, oh boy, I think somebody might be firing up that phone right now and turning on the hot water and going, God damn it, Keanu, do what I tell you to do or the check won't clear. Drama is the best, some people say. If I wanted drama, I'd watch Real Housewives. Well, that's just it. That's what the drama is. It's Real Housewives for men. It's dude Real Housewives. If you watch Real Housewives, you're gay. I get that. So you watch internet drama shit because it's like it's a loophole. It's an end around. Because when you watch Real Housewives, it's just the gay chick shit. When you watch internet drama, it's losers and people with no life like threatening to dox people and like ruin their lives and like going way overboard when everybody else.
The hilarious part, Real Housewives is usually fake, scripted, and edited to be more like enticing and more dramatic. Fucking this shit is real. Well, not real, but
right.
Like,
yeah,
they treat like these people treat the internet like it's real. For some of them, it's a work. For some of them, they're not acting, and it's hilarious.
It's all they've got. It's all they've got. Which then I think about that and like when I get off the air and I think about those types of people, it does depress me a little bit. I'm like, oh, that sucks. That's gay. Speaking of which, Citizen M says you don't keep the audience updated on the Dabbleverse. If you think by drama, I mean Dabbleverse, dude, the Dabbleverse is gay. The whole internet thinks the Dabbleverse is gay. It's so nice that whole thing has kind of like been exposed to a little bit of sunlight, kind of thanks to me and me getting, crossing over with the sector. It's kind of exposed the Dabbleverse and people, because like even if you go on, again, from what I've heard, because do not read your own Kiwi Farms thread. But they said, Aaron, your Kiwi Farms is more like the Kiwi Farms people shitting on the people who watch you and hate you than it is shitting on you. And it's like, yeah, that's because the sector got exposed to the Dabbleverse and they're like, ew, these are the gayest boomer queers ever. You're like, yeah, that's what I've been trying to say. So, yeah, if the audience is like, we hate the Dabbleverse shit, I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's kind of gay. The fact that they're trying to hang Shuli on pedo shit, that annoys me. Like, his producer got arrested with all that cheese pizza, right?
Right.
And then people because they're just disgusting. They're just gross. They're like, oh, I bet you Shuli had something to do with it. I bet you Shuli knew and covered up. I've said this before. Shuli's a dad. To me, that alone rules out to me that he knew about any of it and protected anyone. If you can prove that, then I think Shuli would even agree with you. Then he's the biggest piece of shit in the world. But you have no evidence. You have no proof. People who have cheese pizza like that, that's what they're really good at. Hiding in plain sight. Hiding it from everybody. Seeming like a normal.
If you're someone who has stuff like that, you're not necessarily going to be open about it with someone like Shuli who has a kid who might, I don't know, find that highly offensive.
Right. So, yeah, when they started going like, I bet Shuli knew, that's when I went, okay, the Dabbleverse is even gayer than I thought it was. Because, like, that's just, there's doing stuff for gag. There's doing stuff for yucks and whatnot. And then there's just being a cunt and being stupid because you don't have anything else. And that's what that is. Yeah, they're saying Sean did well. Yeah, Sean did very well. Bigot on Labglass says there's no such thing as drama for men, Mr. Masculinity. Wrong. Wrong. No. I was just watching the Vince McMahon documentary last night on Netflix. Mm-hmm. And I will say this, I got like an episode and a half in before I fell asleep. And it honestly, the minute SP said like, I was like, what do you want me to turn on? And she's like, me. No, but I'm like, what do you want me to turn on? And she goes, she gave me the I don't really care what we watch. So to me, that was an open invite. I'm like, I'm starting this fucking Vince McMahon thing. And then she was like, she goes, why'd you pick this? I'm like, don't ever tell a man that you don't care what we watch and he can pick whatever, because you're going to get a Scorsese movie or a really cool documentary about dude shit. And so I turn on the Vince McMahon documentary and she's like, oh, she kind of had a way about her like, this is going to suck. And then all of a sudden she goes, oh, that's Hulk Hogan. Oh, that's Stone Cold Steve Austin. Oh, that's The Rock. And I'm like, see, here you go. Here you go. And the first few episodes, they don't even get into the sex shit. Like,
well, yeah, I mean, that's the deep end of the pool. You can't open with that.
Yeah, I was watching it, and I'm not going to say I was disappointed, but it's like if you know Vince McMahon and you know pro wrestling, you kind of know all the stuff.
A lot of it's not surprising.
Yeah, like I'm waiting. I was on like episode 2 or 3.
You're waiting to be surprised.
And I'm like, where's the shitting on people's chests? Like, I know about the Attitude Era. I'm familiar with the Monday Night Wars. Like, I've watched a million documentaries on this. Get to the shitting on bitches' chests. I want to hear about that story, you know? And I'm not there yet. I'll get there. Let's go ahead and catch up with the chat. Annoyed Wawa supervisor writes, Gino refuses to turn off members chat because his feelings got hurt that some people were referring to him as a snitch. Also, I heard Mima already cut up the credit card she used for the caterer. That's
a vicious rumor.
I don't know anything about the credit card stuff. I trust Annoyed Wawa supervisor on it. But I don't know anything about it. So wait a minute. Gino's upset that people are calling him a snitch. What is wrong with these people that they want to go on the internet and do a show and they get so fucking heated at the smallest thing?
Someone says stuff.
Do you know the shit I've been? Well, you do. Do you know the shit I've been called over the course of the last year?
Saying it.
Yeah. I'm the one who started it.
We got to get that goal moving, guys. Come on, man.
What
am I doing wrong here? I'm jumping in quibs. Do I gotta start? No, I don't do that. I do that on my show.
I've got a few thank yous I need to throw out in a little bit here.
Okay, good. Because I'm starting to worry here. Like, what the fuck?
We'll get around to some thank yous. Tim, thank you very much for the $10 over on PayPal. But you know, Johnny's right. That is the only thank you I have. Well, wait. Los Federales says Tim looked like he had to drop a deuce last night. And $2 from this Gigger Nets. It says, if we raise $200, can we ban Citizen M? Make it 300. You got yourself a deal. Make it 300 by 7:00, and you got it. Sure, but yeah, like Gino.
You take the deal. Hell yeah, take that deal.
Gino turns on members only chat because people are calling him a snitch. Well, dude, Like, that's what fucking shakes you up. You know, I got called a snitch day one after they got arrested. Like, oh man, you fucking snitched. I'm like, well, I mean,
You called the cops on him.
no, yeah, right. I know that one. But like, yeah, I did, but I snitched on myself first. So like I was just an all-around rat. But that being the thing that makes you turn on members only chat. I mean, you have to admit one of two things. You have to either admit that these people are all fucking pussies, or you have to admit that I have a thicker skin than all of them and I handle it the best. Or if you want to admit both, that's fine. By the way, terrible thing happened. I ate some peanuts yesterday, Johnny.
Mm-hmm.
Now look at this. My hands swelled up. Look at this. This is actually. Oh,
That's weird. That's a weird kind of because that's a very.
My hands are large. Anybody want a peanut? It's a regular size Coca-Cola. April always hated that joke too. It's probably why she left.
Yes, that was why.
Sorry,
That was
kids.
why.
Dad made too many swollen hands jokes. My daughter's like, that's okay. I was already cutting her out of our family pictures. Oh, okay. Well, that's fine. All You Can Eat Negro says, where is David Chandler at? He's giving Johnny all of his money. That's where David Chandler's at, that turncoat son of a bitch.
I hope that's not all of his money. That's not like he's been supportive of my channel, sure, but my channel's doing fine, sure. But I mean, that's all his money.
He's been ridiculously awesome to this show over the years. I can't complain. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says Carl stopped talking about actual podcasts, and now it's the Kumia's Broad Diagnosis Narcissism Hour, which is just unwatchable. If you ask any woman, if a guy says something negative about a woman, he's a narcissist. I think SP and I were talking about that. She's like, oh, God, every girl who goes through a breakup just got done with a narcissist. It's like nobody knows what it is. Like, it's like the term piece of shit stopped existing. You know? Sometimes you can just
call them dudes.
Yeah,
Real
sometimes
dude.
You ran into a piece of shit. It happens. $5 from Mary. She says, in support of banning Citizen M, he stinks. Uh-oh. We might have a new grift, Johnny.
Bidding war for Citizen M because somebody's against it.
$300 by 7 o'clock. Somebody said for $200 can we ban Citizen M? I guess, you know what? $300 by 7 o'clock. We'll do it. Otherwise, today's grift was don't let Johnny feel like a failure because we did so well yesterday.
Yeah. But now Buffalo Jockey put $1 on Rumble saying that Citizen M's a fun troll. Don't be an F and ban him.
I'm not being an F. People asked me what the price would be. I'm just naming the price. Citizen M says, guys, what the fuck? This show is all I have. I will do a video apology. It was just a retarded meme video. You know what you did. We all have to be held responsible. Here's what happens, Citizen M. When you do shit like that, when someone like this Giger nets it goes, is there a price to ban Citizen M? And I'm like, well, I don't want to ban Citizen M. But yeah, there's a price. Like when you make your...
I mean, dude, we're a grifting fucking show. You've said it before. We got to do what we can to make a buck. How
Citizen M, you've been making videos about what a beggy piece of shit I am. You don't think that I'm going to fucking take that offer? Oh, of course. Of course. You made the mistake of sticking your head up above the trench line. And now you're going to catch machine gun fire. It happens. And then Tim Walz is going to be friends with you.
Oh, boy.
We're going to get to it.
No, that'd be if you were unloading machine gun fire. He'd be friends with you.
And you'd have to be at a school.
Right.
Thank you to Nicholas, my golfing buddy, with $5. Dude, we're going to get another nice weekend this weekend.
Yeah.
We're going to get 80 degrees on Saturday and I think 70-something on Friday. I have to use this free golf at Albany this weekend because, dude, we're into October and you just never know.
Yeah, you're going to be losing. I'm not even, like, I don't even want to drive, like far out in November and stuff just because the weather is going to suck, let alone doing something like golf. I miss the days when I used to love, like, Frisbee golfing and stuff in the cold weather, but now it's like, ugh, if it's too warm or it's too cold, I'm like, screw it. I'm old and I don't want to bother.
Somebody with a great idea. They said M has to pay $50 to not get banned. All right, here's what we're going to do.
Okay.
I'm going to put this in terms that I can understand. Citizen M can be released on his own recognizance. and there will be conditions for his release. Or he can pay his bail, and there will be unconditional release. So if we do the 300 before 7 o'clock, we'll ban Citizen M. If before that 300 comes in, Citizen M drops $50 on us, he's safe forever. How's that?
I don't know about forever, but I would definitely say for like
For today.
At least
How about that?
Definitely at least for like I'd say give him a month. He has the month for sure.
Okay. We'll give him the month of October if he draws in $50 before the 300 comes in.
And we already have, do we count Buffalo on that? Because he put in one saying don't
Buffalo's
do it.
one will count. That's 80 cents on Rumble.
All right.
That's going to count.
You've almost made $1, Citizen M. Now you understand the grift, man. Now you're in on the game. Now you know how it feels.
You get it. All right. So
it's a fucking butt-punching rush. Let's do it.
295 is the number for today. Again, the whole theme of today is if we don't knock out today's goal, Johnny's going to feel like a piece of shit because he wasn't here yesterday, and we had an amazing day monetarily. So that's, guys, you're going to hurt his feelings. Don't let Johnny's feelings
come on, man. Don't do this.
Don't make him cry. And then if you make him cry, Citizen M's going to make a video.
Well, they're not going to make me cry. I'm going to make me cry because I'm the one who failed, man. Like, this isn't cool. I got to do better.
Vadam says, Aaron is talking like a Jew now. Wow, Citizen M is going to get banded. It's banned. But probably not. We're not going to do $300 by 7 o'clock. Guys, leave me alone. I'm having fun.
We're having fun.
Yeah. Citizen M says, to be fair, I tried to work with you on Ricada, but then you started randomly attacking Melton. Do I even need to respond to that? Do I even need to respond to that?
That's just hilarious.
That's hilarious. You know what people think when they think? First of all, I've won the battle of public opinion with Patrick Melton. As big of a piece of shit as I am, the whole internet that watches that realm goes, oh, that guy's a way far and a way bigger piece of shit. 100%. So I won that. Like, that's over. That's done with. His own audience in their Discord said, quit going after Aaron's channel. Patrick won't be able to make any money if Aaron's gone. That made me choke on my own spit.
That's going to kill him. Ha!
That's
another prediction he had wrong, because didn't Melton say I was going to be gone by October, or I was going to quit?
Yeah.
Or something? And then he also said I was going to be dead by now. So we were wrong on both.
So he's kind of made a fool of himself. So I don't think I started randomly attacking anyone. He built his career on wishing he was me and obsessing over me. And he still does, because he hasn't found any grift to latch onto. Outside of that, he'll go back to 13 people. So I'm sorry, Em. I didn't start attacking anyone. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, I started goofing on a guy who's highly goof-onable, and he can't handle it. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle, becoming a member for 20 months, says, Citizen M would be gone if I had $300. Oh, boy. What's going to be the bigger motivator today, Johnny? Hate or guilt?
I don't know, but if we don't make that goal one way or another, I'm gonna feel bad because I kind of pushed the whole like Citizen M bidding war thing, and now it's not. There's not even a tug and a tug. It just we had $1 $1 for M. Yeah. Now I just don't have good ideas. I don't know what to do. We gotta get this goal higher, guys.
Dead Game says I can see Aaron pulling gold fillings on an empty battlefield or prison. Jesus, thank you, buddy. All right, let's get into some of this debate stuff now. Matt and I did a debate watch along last night. It was fun. I always enjoy those. Matt gets worked up. I really think that Matt still thinks this shit is real.
I have that problem though too. I get worked up because I live with someone who has a very different political opinion than me, and I've gotten to the point now where just for the sake of not. Because I know I'm not going to change their opinion. I know it's going to be a zero gain thing. I don't even discuss politics with them really. They just kind of spout their opinion and I just go, and then I just kind of move on. Because I know what the opinion is, so it's not like it's new. And then but then I'll catch myself later being mad at that person for having that opinion and throwing that at me when I'm clearly keeping my shit to myself. and I don't agree with you whatsoever, that I realize, oh my God, I'm taking all this serious. Like, we're going to vote and it's going to matter.
Yeah. Well, we're watching last night, and one thing we both realized, and I think the audience realized it, and I hope the country thought this way too. I haven't really checked in or read up on it. I'm sure the media is trying to divide us all. But Tim Walz and J.D. Vance were remarkably respectful to each other. They both discussed the ideas they had and that their running mate had for the country and defended the record of their running mate, and were really, really nice and professional to each other. And it was, I think what it spoke to me in that I think I'm tired of the Trump era. I think it was funny for a while. We're going on 8 or 9 years now of like Trump being a political figure. And I have to be honest.
Drama and bullshit.
I think I'm ready to be done. I liked last night. I actually enjoyed it. Matt and I said numerous times, and other people in the chat said it, I wish these two were running. I've never liked Tim Walz more than I did last night during the debate. I found him to be a lot more likable on the national level. When he's here in Minnesota, he comes off like a smug dick. I've always found him.
He is.
Well, yeah, but he just comes off as a smug, know-it-all shitbag. But when he wants something from the rest of the country, he can be really nice and humble and deliberate. And he just, I thought it was the best I've ever seen him last night. I really hated him a lot less last night than I usually do. And J.D. Vance, who I don't like. You and I have shit on J.D. Vance numerous times. J.D. Vance was less hateable last night.
See how I planned?
So I think if those two, I said it numerous times last night, if those two were running instead of Trump and Kamala Harris, I think I would enjoy this election season more. And I would be more I would be more excited to vote if it were those two.
There are plenty of people like myself who don't like Trump because we like Trump. We like Trump because it's not the pretty much Kamala Harris regime, like the military industrial complex, pretty much. It's not that same thing. But I personally, I don't care for Donald Trump. But overall, yeah, it might be nicer to have those two with the way they behave. But again, does it matter? Isn't it all pro wrestling anyway?
Yeah, but it's just the debate. Like watching the debate, I was like, oh, I'm actually learning things about.
So you want it to be more like Downton Abbey.
I want it to be boring. I want it to be more boring. I've always loved Trump debates, but I think the novelty is worn off.
Right.
It was the difference between watching a really good boxing match on pay-per-view or watching a Tyson fight. Like, you watch Tyson fights, especially after he got out of prison, to see what the fuck was going to happen. Holy shit, let's watch this for the three-ring circus that it is. And then you watch a really good boxing match between two guys who are very skilled at their positions, and they put on a good show, and people are like, this is gay, this isn't the ear-biting shit. I'm like, yeah, but this is nice. I like this. I'm tired of the ear-biting shit. Like, I'm tired of Trump debates because you really don't learn anything and nobody says anything. It's just an insult fest. And he drags the other person into the mud and they start insult fest. J.D. Vance and Tim Walz, I actually heard about their positions. It was an actual debate. I'm sure the rest of the country found it more boring. I did too. But in a nice way.
Refreshing.
It was refreshing to be bored again. Make America bored again. And Matt and I both said, if these two were running instead of the other two, I would like it a lot better. And I think the country would be in a better place. I will say whether he
wouldn't be voting for Walz.
Well, whether he intended to or not, I think Donald Trump has damaged us as a society, as a culture. We fight with each other more. We're angry at each other more. We're less tolerant of each other and our opinions. I don't mean like racially or shit like that. I just mean
like Ra's al Ghul.
People are so quick to anger now, and they're so quick to rage at people who don't agree with them. And I think Donald Trump kind of brings that out of people on the left and on the right. And I just feel like last night there was a cooling down. And it was like, oh, this is nice. And J.D. Vance like, I'm sorry your kids saw a school shooting. That must be terrible. And then Tim Walz going, I think J.D. Vance and I agree on how to, we agree that we need to, do something about these school shootings. We just don't agree on what. And it's like, Well, this is nice. Nobody's calling anybody a gay F word or like, throwing shit. This is kind of cool. I don't know. I liked it.
Yeah, again, like I said, I don't like Tim Walz, so it's just like, I mean, I can understand the sentiment. It would feel better if it would feel more like the adults are in charge if these are who we were voting for. But again, that's not who we're voting for.
Right.
And like I said, it's does voting matter at this point? With the variety of stories I've covered and seen everywhere, it just seems like they're trying to just already pitch it like it's a super close race, and I don't think well, at least especially before last night, I don't think it was. But yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if it was really a big win for anybody. I didn't really think anybody like ran away with it. I didn't.
No, but I mean just in general, like in terms of whether or not the debate last night made things closer for.
Oh yeah, debates don't usually change anything.
Yeah, so again, I'm gonna have trouble believing we had some sort of weird, massive turnaround, and it's a close neck and neck race. So I just, again, if I'm just not gonna think it's a legit election if Walz and Harris win. I know that. Like, I'm not gonna be like, oh, we gotta rally the troops. I'm not gonna say the Dominion voting machines.
I could see a Harris Walz win. It makes more sense than a Biden Harris win back in 2020.
Yeah.
Like, Joe Biden was a guy who couldn't get more than 2% in his primaries his whole career. And then all of a sudden, when he's senile, we're supposed to believe that he beat Donald Trump in the middle of the night.
He had his black superwoman president next.
Yeah, I don't buy that. I would have an easier time believing that the country wants Kamala Harris than Joe Biden. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says getting mad over politics is like getting mad over pro wrestling. Dude, I'm still pissed about WrestleMania 6. Fuck you, dude. It's all theater, and no matter how hard you vote or cheer, it changes nothing. We live in an oligarchy. Yeah, and then you can always come to our audience, and you can stop having hope.
Yeah,
which is nice. I need that.
You take the black pill, you look reality in the face, and you contemplate effing yourself.
Geese Artel says wrong. Everyone thinks Walz did his worst last night. Well, isn't that the wonderful thing about not watching cable news and not letting the media think for me? I can watch something and go, this is what I think.
Does nobody remember the whole, like, critical thinking thing where you just analyze something for yourself?
It is weird that, like, Trump people especially, when they're like, you can't trust the media, you can't trust the media. And then you go, I didn't think Tim Walz did, a bad job last night compared to how I usually see him. The media said different, sir. It's like, oh, sorry.
Everyone said he sucked.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Walz said he likes school shooters and Aaron mailed in his ballot for Harris. New boot goofing. I mean, it was brazen. It was brazen. I'll give you that. Coltrane with $1 says, I don't care how nice Walz seemed. He's a fucking tyrant, and don't forget what he did to us during COVID. I agree. I'm not going to vote for the guy. He came off more likable than he has in the past.
For me, it doesn't matter how nice he smiles or how nice he comes off. I still remember the fact that he gave himself pretty much like they talk about Donald Trump and king making and blah, blah, blah. He pretty much gave himself like I can't.
You got this. You can talk.
Guys, we got to get this donation in. I'm so nervous. It's tripping me up. All right, let's get this goal. But yeah, so like he literally had unilateral power to control the state like for a while, and he wouldn't give it up until the like the state senator or whatever held the budget over his head, saying like, no, we won't approve your budget. We'll freeze your freaking piggy bank unless you stop doing this and stop renewing your unlimited powers every time they come up.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Trump damaged you. Have you told your therapist this? No, we're working on my unhealthy sexual appetites.
Yeah, there's a lot to get through before they get to Trump.
Yeah, we can't get to the election or anything like that. It's like, why can't you fucking still your dick a little bit? Why can't you just like fucking keep that thing, why can't you just keep that thing in a healthy mode? And I'm like, I don't know. It speaks to me. I hear voices in my head. They counsel me. They understand. They talk to me. I hear Rev Theory voices every time I get a boner. And I'm like, I need to make it go away. I'm sorry. Somebody says, I don't remember any time in school knowing much about politics or not caring. And nowadays, it seems like third graders are picking sides. Right. I feel like Trump And it's not necessarily his fault. Trump people are getting mad at me now because I've said, Trump has made this, that, and the. Trump has ignited something in people that makes people irrational on both sides. Makes people irrational, makes people rude, makes people mean to people they otherwise wouldn't be mean to. It's hurt our civility. And I do think that if you're going to build a society, you do need people to be civil with each other, because if you're going to build a successful society that's going to have free speech and people with many diverse opinions, you got to find a way to respect people that say shit you don't like. And the problem we're having in the Trump era is if someone says something we don't like, left or right, we go, stupid, wrong, you're terrible, this is a person who doesn't love our country. And it's just like, it's like the George W. Bush post 9/11 horse shit on steroids. And I don't like it. I don't like it. And I didn't realize I didn't like it until I watched last night's debate, and I went, I really do yearn for something more like this. And I know people say, well, it's boring. I yearn for boring. Politics should be boring.
We need the people who disagree. Well, to be fair, we haven't had this for a while. Like, this is something they have maps of it where you can see like the circles overlapping and they spread. But we need the people who literally like disagreed to then be able to work together afterwards,
right,
and come up with a solution. But like, we've become a more politically polarized society, more and more and more. And now it's like, I'm in my camp, and I go along with my camp. Does my camp do everything I want? No, but they do most of the things I want. And so sometimes I'm forced to endorse things I don't want to endorse, but hey, camp.
Clopogram with $1 says, Aaron, you wash your mouth out. Don't ever shit on the Donald. Sorry. But, since 2016, I was never a big Donald Trump guy. I was always, rather him than these cunts.
I wasn't even a big Donald Trump guy. I didn't want him to win when he got elected.
I want him to win this time. Don't get me wrong. I do want him to win, but I saw what we could do last night, and I'm like, this would be better for us long term if we had this. There were a couple things that annoyed me about both of them.
Younger white men.
Yeah, right. That's all Aaron wants. I just want younger.
I'm white, I'm white.
That's it. But like my big thing with this one is there were two problems I had. One, you have to everybody sucking Israel's dick. J.D. Vance, Trump's a big Israel dick sucker. Tim Walz sucking Israel's dick as well. And then the other thing they all have to do, hey, you got your tax plan. Magically, everybody's cutting taxes when they're in a debate. And like, you listen to the Democrats, you're like, you ain't fucking cutting shit. Stop it. Right. You are not going to be cutting anyone's tax. You're going to be raising taxes. I think it's the Republicans, they're magically going to raise or cut everyone's taxes. It's like, yeah, but you're going to spend more money, which is going to cause more inflation, more debt. And then we're going to have to raise taxes someday to a drastic level. So both of you are fucking cancer. They ask these people how they're going to pay for shit, and they never fucking answer it. My biggest problem we have with politics right now is why we do not have a party of small government. We don't have a party of cutting spending. We don't have a party that says cut government, make it smaller. You have the Democrats, which are government's the answer, make more programs. Or you have the Republicans, which is, why don't we just cut the rate of government growth? Fuck that. That's not what I want.
You have one person really that pushes that narrative, and he wasn't running. It's Rand Paul.
Rand Paul, and he's even like a watered down version of his dad. Like Ron Paul would tell you right off the bat, here's what I'm just chopping everything down. Here's what I'm getting rid of. Ready? Boom. Whereas Rand plays.
I don't know, man. I wonder how he would do if Ron Paul, not in his, because isn't he dead?
No. Oh boy, you're about to get it now. You're about to get it now from the Ron Paulites.
But I'm just saying in general, like if the him that ran way back in the day was running today, I'd be interested to see how many people might actually support him.
I think Rand Paul watched his dad and the limited success that he had, and he said, I want to achieve more than my dad did. My dad had a pure message. That's great. But once it got to lots of people, a small percentage of people liked it because he scared people.
He didn't play the game.
Rand Paul's got a little more finesse. Maybe his age is still on his side. Maybe someday he can have his shot at it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says COVID-proved local elections are extremely important. Here in rural Minnesota, as we just ignored Walz lockdowns and local officials supported us. Well, that's huge. That's really big. But, speaking of local politics, some city council lady came to my door yesterday. She's running for city council, Tammy Calhoun. And like, she gave me this information and she's like, have you thought about city council voting? And I'm like, not at all. I was honest with her. I'm like, I haven't thought at all about this. Like, chances are I'll vote for her, because then when I'm about to close the door, she goes, all right, bye, Aaron. Thank you. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, sometimes I forget. It's like, oh yeah, I'm,
known.
Not only am I known in this area, not only do we still have a lot of fans in this area, but also I've made some news lately.
Yeah.
I've made some news lately. Just make sure you put steel toe in the article. That's all. Guy Sartell says she is a liberal. Oh, okay. She wants to revitalize downtown. That's supposed to be good, right?
Yeah, but if you're a liberal and you want to revitalize downtown, a lot of times, like, hey, how about we encourage the LGBT people to move in, everybody?
Yeah, MSO says she was sent by the court. It was an undercover wellness check. Son of a... did she leave you with the Book of Proverbs? She did not, and I threw away my copy, so I guess I could have used another one. I told her that I read 2 chapters of it, though, and she tased me. I was really upset about it. But, yeah, so I guess like saying, like running for city council and saying you want to revitalize downtown is like, what are you going to do? What are you going to be, the candidate who doesn't want to revitalize downtown? Like running for city council, it's like running for president and being like, I want to have a prosperous economy. Well, no shit.
Well, the first step to revitalizing the downtown is admitting that it kind of starts in an area. It comes from the east side and it works its way.
Yeah.
Like, let's be honest.
Guy Sartell says, dude, they door knock off a list. She did not know you. Oh, shit. I wanted her to know me. Chips and Diff says, did she touch your arm and you fell in love? Yeah, I'm actually getting married in December. We're going to do it on
After
the...
this whole pesky election thing is over, we're going to jump over to Vegas quick.
There's a couple other things that we got to clear up. But then, yeah, we're going to... Vance with $2 says, yeah, but did you see Tim's earrings? Oh, God. They don't have the earring conspiracy with Tim Walz, too, did they? That he was getting messages thrown in his ear? Thank you guys very much. We got under $300 by the top of the hour. Knock out this $295. We don't have a goal tonight, so it's just $295 today, and we got a goal tomorrow, and then it's Rumble Friday. Johnny was not here yesterday, and we made a fuckload of money. Johnny's here today, and we've made
stress petting, guys,
and we've made far less. So
my fault.
And believe you me, I hear the messages you guys send me. So send them via PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, Super Chats, and Rumble Rants. Thank you guys very much. Let's go to what is, in my opinion, one of the most telling moments of last night's debate. They were talking about school shootings and what we should do about them and how we should address them and what can fix them. J.D. Vance went with the mental health angle, how we should be screening for mental health better, how we should be, noticing red flags, so on and so forth. Tim Walz was more of the red flag laws. Like, if you've got mental health issues, criminal issues, whatever, you go on a red flag list, you can't get a gun. Now, that sounds good, but a lot of these guys who shoot up these schools don't do it with their own firearms. A lot of them take it from their parents, or they take it from their grandparents, or they, it's not always, I went to a gun shop, I bought this gun, and then I went and shot a bunch of people at a school. That's not typically how it goes. So I don't know if that's necessarily the answer. I would say that if law enforcement and schools would just do their fucking job, we could probably knock out a lot of these school shootings.
Well, like the joke I made about the whole attempted school shooting over the Haitian stuff a while ago, where I was like, oh, I don't believe that. If there was an actual threat of a school shooting, they wouldn't have stopped it. Like, again, like how many times is like, oh, this person, literally one of the most recent ones, he called the school first. He told 5 schools where he was going. Like, and at no point did anyone be like, hey, guys, there's like a 3-digit number we can call in case of emergency.
Well, and
someone
not only
threatening
that,
to unload on kids.
Not only that, you do all these lockdown drills. Like, parents, any of us who have children in school, you were horrified when you first learned that your
They
kids
started doing this.
that your kids have to do lockdown drills in school to practice in case there's ever an active shooter situation in the school. It's like, well, here's what those lockdown drills were made for. This is it. Here's the moment. Lock it down. Close all the doors. Don't let anybody in. Don't let anybody out. Call the police. Boom. Got it. And they did nothing. They sat on their hands. So I don't really know if these red flag laws, and I don't think Tim Walz is just this evil guy who wants to take everybody's gun. I don't think that. I do think Tim Walz believes that this will work. I don't think it will. Plus, you have the blowback with red flag laws. Let's say you have a bitchy, cunty ex who wants to accuse you of shit you never did because they can't accept their own shortcomings and failures as a human being. Not that I know anybody like that. But
it almost never happens, but say it does.
It might cause you to not be, under these red flag laws, not be able to buy a gun. So I don't know if the thing with gun control with me is I don't know if it affects the people that the people who propose these things believe it will affect.
Right.
And, I don't know if we should trust the judgment of Tim Walz on something like how to stop school shootings. Or, you know what, maybe we should. Maybe we should trust his judgment because he knows a lot about school shootings just from this clip here from last night's vice presidential debate.
So I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time.
Wait, what? Hold on, Tim, one more time.
So I've become friends with school shooters.
Now, first of all, here's what I hate about the way people are clipping this. I would do it differently. They're clipping it wrong because they're clipping it in a way that makes it sound like it's out of context. They should play the 5 or 10 seconds before that. They should stop doing the gotcha thing where it's like, oh, I've become friends with school shooters. You got to play the first couple seconds beforehand to learn that the whole context of Tim Walz talking about this was he just said that. Like, I think this is a longer clip.
In that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters. I've seen it. Look, the NRA, I was an NRA guy for a long time. There you
go. See? He was
in that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
So I don't know. Do we trust him more on school shootings because he's become friends with school shooters, or do we trust him less because he has dual loyalties? Because if he's inside the head of these people and he's kind of gotten to know them and picked their brains a little bit, maybe he can help us. On the other hand, maybe he's developed some sympathies towards these school shooters, and he's like, "Well, guys, bullying is really bad."
I don't know. If he believes bullying is really bad, he might want to... Sorry, I just have a real problem with his DA. Yeah, it's not... it's still not good, but I at least understand what he means. Like, I've been able to talk to these school shooters, but your gun laws, again, like, they don't affect...
No, Johnny, hold on. He hasn't been able to talk to these school shooters. Let me remind you.
In that office with those Sandy Hook parents. I've become friends with school shooters.
He's become friends with school shooters.
Oh.
They hang. That'd be so fucking rad if he was at the next Vikings game and he's just hanging out with a school shooter. Like, he's just like, here's Tim Walz with the person who shot up that school in Colorado. And like, hey!
Oh, no.
The problem is for Tim Walz, he loses a lot of friends because those school shooters usually end up, K-ing themselves. So we haven't really stopped to think about how a lot of this stuff affects Tim Walz.
Yeah, he's just a guy who's always going to a funeral.
He loses a lot of friends regularly. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says Tim Walz and J.D. Vance seem civilized because both Republicans and Democrats are ultimately the same on most major issues. I mean, yeah, it's hard to watch them all just kind of cuck to big government. It's hard to watch them all cuck to Israel. It is difficult to watch. You are correct about that, but there's something about the civility that it's like when you go a long time, like everybody loves the taste of soda, but when you go a long time without a glass of water, sometimes a glass of water just tastes really nice, And that's what last night was. I've been drinking nothing but Trump soda with these debates.
Trump Celsius.
Yeah. And now I'm finally just watching a couple guys make me some chamomile tea and tell me, we're going to be okay. We agree on a lot of this stuff. We'll figure out how to do it together. And you're like, God damn. We had people in the chat last night going, can these two just run together against Trump and Harris? Like, that might not be so bad. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says school shootings isn't a black and white issue. It boils down to mental health, school security, law enforcement, taking threats seriously, etc. I agree with you on that one. And I would have to study this a little closer. But I don't think that a lot of these gun laws they want to make, if we go school shooting by school shooting, and we talk to all of Tim Wall's friends, I don't think that the gun laws they're proposing would have necessarily stopped anyone if they were enacted. Because a lot of times you hear, he stole the gun from his mom, like the Sandy Hook kid. Or, they got the gun from their grandparents, or they got the gun from their dad. Or they bought the gun a couple years ago. And, that stuff, maybe they might not have caught that. So I don't really know if we're wasting our time or not with a lot of that shit. Angie with $25. Oh, shit.
Thank you.
The first thing it said was don't say my name. But thank you for the $25, John. Johnny is awesome. Would love to see his awesome cat.
I've held her up twice.
What are we running a goddamn pet store over here? I love
it's
that.
It's an ASPCA ad.
It's a
Come on,
fucking...
support the show, see the cat, get a handbag. Let's do this.
It's a fucking broadcast. We don't bring animals into the studio. It says the guy who holds up Gordy. It's my show, though. I can be a hypocrite. I'm allowed. Thank you, guys, for
pay for it. I'll show my cats all day.
Thank you very much for the $25. Appreciate that. 270 away from today's goal. So really, we're 270 away. In the next 1 minute, we need to make $270 to ban Citizen M. Otherwise, he stays.
Yeah, he's been very, very quiet about that this whole time.
Yes, he's been.
If he just keeps he learned to keep his head down.
He's been very teeth-chatteringly nervous. Oh, there we go. We hit 7 o'clock. Okay. Well, thank you, guys. We're 270 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, etc. If you guys would throw in, make Johnny not feel like a piece of shit today, because I got to be honest with you, yesterday was fucking easy. Yesterday, you guys were just throwing it at us, and it was fucking great. Now, if we struggle today, as the boss,
my fault.
As the boss, I'm going to know whose fault it was. I'm going to know it's the message you guys are sending me. That's all. Here we go. Here's the Republican. Oh, somebody sent me a list of the Republican-endorsed candidates for city council and state represent. Oh, everything. Wow. Look at that. They're telling me, this is great. They're just sending me a thing of everybody. Who needs to really think for themselves or watch anything if you got mailers they send out showing you exactly who to vote for?
Yeah, just go down the list and vote for those people.
That's nice. I like that. I like it when people tell me what to think, rather than me just trying to figure it out. Tatler says
research.
Tatler says the Sandy Hook kid didn't steal any of his guns. That nutty mom bought that retard all his weapons. Okay, yes, semantics. His mom bought. That's what I mean. His mom bought the guns. She
wouldn't be flagged under these red flag laws.
Right.
But
there's no law that would have stopped that mom from buying a gun. So he took the guns that his mom bought for him. I'm sorry. Again, this is a very frustrating thing about the internet. We're getting into semantics. When you do a talk show, you talk short form. You shorthand a lot of things because we got a lot of stuff to cover. When I say stole guns, I mean he didn't buy them himself. Is that better? See how much boring this gets? How much more boring this gets when I have to do it this way. By the way, quick update from the debates last night. These carblists are really good. White women, sometimes they know some shit.
Oh, fucking Jesus.
Dude, white women fucked up with seltzers. They were fucking retarded on the seltzers. Seltzers are dumb. They taste like shit. But
I go away for a fucking day. I come back and you're more.
Bro, women have it. Dude, women have it right on this carbless shit. 100 calories. No carbs, no fat, no protein. That's not good. That's why
we need to knock out that goal so I can leave.
That's why all these women need Boniva and get osteoporosis. They have no protein. That's calcium. But anyway, no, these carbless vodka and tequila cocktails, Fuck you guys. They're good. And I only say fuck you guys because I know you're going to attack me for it. Buffalo, people are saying, poor Johnny. We love Johnny. I'm going to miss you, Johnny.
Yeah, it's the end of an era, man. We're gonna lose me here.
Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, can Matt come save the day? He can keep Johnny off the bridge. Only you guys can keep Johnny off the bridge. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Rumble Rants, Super Chats.
I know, Tag. I'm worried too.
Etc. I have a very fun clip today. It's not going to be all bombings and Israel and fucking debates and all that shit today. We got some fun stuff too. I don't know why I'm so entertained by this guy. He's such a goof. Do you know Nick Fuentes?
Yes.
This guy has lots of fans,
Yes, he does.
including Anthony Cumia. And like, to me, Nick Fuentes is like a young kid who's trying really hard to be edgy by just kind of being racially provocative. I'm not going to say racist or anything like that. I don't know what's in the guy's heart, but he's got an interesting grift going, and he's been doing this since he was a really young kid. I don't even know how old he is now, but there's a couple things I'm pretty sure of about Nick Fuentes. Number one, he was taught some fucked up things as a kid. Number two, he's probably doing a lot of this to hide the fact that from himself that he's gay.
Wait a minute, he doesn't know?
I don't think he knows. I what I think he's doing is he's sprinting away from it and just trying to outrun it. Because
yeah, but he's going face first into a dick, in my opinion, because I'm sorry, it's kind of really obvious on him. That's one where I figured like he isn't like publicly out. Like, hey, I'm this way and I'm gay.
he's gay. He's gay.
Oh, he totally is.
So he also, he's not a big fan of the Jews. He's not a big fan of, a lot of groups that some would consider minority groups in this country. And there was a clip recently where he talks about a journalist that came to his studio for an interview. I hope this is a new clip. This tweet was from Monday.
Okay.
This is Nick Fuentes on his show talking about a journalist that came to his studio to interview him. And we're going to find out what Nick learned about this journalist during the interview. And I would have loved to be a fly on the wall when this revelation was discovered by Nick Fuentes. Johnny, what do you think the revelation is going to be about the interviewer?
That the interviewer is gay?
Okay, let's check it out.
There was a journalist in the studio. I didn't know she was Jewish.
Well, you said journalist. I mean, oddly
No.
good.
To me, if I'm doing a show and I got a journalist coming in to cover me and I find out they're Jewish, I'm like, all right, there's nothing I can do with that information right now. Like, that in and of itself, of all the things I do. See, here's my thing. If I'm Nick Fuentes, of all the things I do, of all the things I've said, of all the people who think I'm the biggest piece of shit in the world, I don't think Nick has this idea that you have to be Jewish to find Nick distasteful. Nick, let me set your mind at ease. A shitload of people find you remarkably distasteful. They find you to be a little phony, a lot gay, and just kind of obnoxious. I don't think Nick Fuentes adds anything to the conversation that's particularly intelligent. Neither do I, but I'm a show by a retard for retards. Whereas Nick Fuentes is like, we're going to be America first and we're going to do something for the country. Shut the fuck up. You're not going to do shit. You're not smart enough. But he, right off the bat, a journalist comes in to interview him and he's like, I didn't know she was Jewish. Jesus,
Well, with
dude.
the way he said it, I didn't know you were either, Nick.
Yeah, right. The way you're kvetching in the first 4 seconds.
You know, you do this thing for 8 years. You'd think you'd just do a better background check. Yeah, let's talk about that. So Friday I did a show. My voice was fried. I just had this really bad cough. I don't know if I had COVID.
Sure, right. Yeah, it was a really bad cough.
That's what it was. It was all the coughing.
Yeah. What were you coughing up?
He was working on his house, and so he had gotten some caulk stuck in his throat.
Oh, yeah. It's working
doing
on
all the caulking around the house.
Coughing up. Yeah, sometimes you breathe in that caulk, and then the caulk has to come out. So
yeah,
makes you cough.
COVID or what? But a really bad cough. and this French journalist. There were a bunch of these like Europeans at Fuentes Rally, or at AFPAC 4, I mean, in Detroit. And they were interviewing me and things like that outside Turning Point. And they reach out to me and they're like, well, we want to come and interview you for our documentary. And I'm like, okay. And they tell me the name of the outlet, and it's like the biggest outlet in France. And I was like,
I want to interview you for my documentary. Nick, if somebody asks you to interview you for your documentary, it's probably going to be on like white supremacy and how it's spreading through the internet, or it's probably going to be a liberal person or a Jewish person who's going to want to talk to you. You fucking
Nobody who
numbskull.
cares about what you do wants to make a documentary about it.
No, they want to make a couple of memes. That's about it. They might go, Nick, I want to make a meme. And you're like, it's fine. I don't give a shit. Hey, Nick, I want to do a documentary. You couldn't see through that?
like, okay, sure. And I looked up the filmmaker, and she's French, and I'm like, okay. And then she comes here, and guys, you wouldn't believe it. It was the most Jewish thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
She came in and she said, and he said, shut up.
Oh, it was the most Jewish. She was eating matzo ball soup. She was picking up pennies off the carpet. She was reading her stock results from the day. It was the most Jewish thing you've ever seen, guys. She came in. They were carrying her on a chair. They were playing Hava, Nagila, Hava. Was it the most Jewish thing I've ever seen?
She tried to perform a blood libel while we were doing our
You understand, I watched Jon Stewart for my entire childhood.
First of all, I took one look at her, and I'm like, I invited a Jewish journalist in the studio. Like, what am I doing?
Right.
I'm going to have to recast all my witchcraft spells because they've clearly broken them and come through. Normally, I have to invite them in 3 times like a vampire.
That was one. And then two, not so whatever. I was like, well, we'll make the best of it. But two, she was literally pushing the whole like Jewish line about October 7th. She told me she's like covering the election, and then she came here and she's like, what do you make of the woke leftists protesting on the campus? I'm like, I don't know. I kind of support them. And she's like, what? You do? And I'm like, yeah, like, do you even know who I am? Of course I do.
Don't you understand? If anyone shits on Jews, I'm totally there for it. Like, people like Nick Fuentes make me realize that, like, because I'll make jokes and, like, we'll do things like, oh, we shouldn't Google that. Oh, fuck, look at that, what that Google search turned up.
Right, but this guy lives it.
Right. I forget, and this is my blind spot. I forget that people like Nick Fuentes exist, which makes me understand better people who don't understand I'm fucking around. I don't get to fuck around as much as I'd like to because retards like Nick Fuentes exist. Who's like, Jewish, bad. Whereas I'm just, my anti-Semitism is cheeky and fun. His anti-Semitism is cruel and tragic.
She's like, yeah, what do you make of the woke leftists on the And then she's asking me about DEI. She's like, what do you make of DEI?
Well, I like DEI because as a closeted homosexual man, I want there to be opportunities for my people.
As well as opportunities of diversity on who I might import.
I want this guy to do a 23andMe. He's got to be Jewish, too. I mean, the way he kvetches and the way he bitches and how femmy and fucking gay he is.
I mean, you could put a fucking boat on that nose.
I mean, Nick, you might not want to spit into a cup. You might not want to swab your mouth. Well,
I mean, at least one for a test. Don't do that one.
Yeah, poor choice of words.
Claudine Gay, and I'm like, I'm sad to see her go because they just replaced her with a Jew.
Jeez.
And she's like, oh, well, maybe that's a bad example. I'm like, okay, so what are we doing? But I'm so sick of being vindicated.
How does that vindicate you? A Jewish lady came in and ask you questions about current events. Isn't that your thing? Aren't you like a commentator? Isn't that what you do? You agreed to be part of a French documentary. What did they think? That the closeted gay super right-wing American guy was going to get a friendly shake from the French people? Nicholas, you silly boy.
I'm sick
like-
of being vindicated. I have all these stereotypes, and she enforced a bunch of them. I'm sick of being vindicated.
Will Smith and iRobot. Remember when Will Smith was the only one that knew the robots were going to kill everybody and everyone thought he was an idiot?
Well, I mean, I will say this. Nick Fuentes is right about one thing. Everyone does think he's an idiot.
Well, dude, you realize the actor you picked is one that in recent times information has come out that he
Might be gay.
he might be.
He might be a little gay.
Yeah.
A little bit. Or at the very least, like...
That's an interesting choice. There's a lot of different films we could have picked.
Also,
There's
Will Smith fucked Bridget Moynihan in that movie. You put Bridget Moynihan in front of Nick Fuentes, he's not going to know whether to shit or go blind. He wouldn't know what to do. If you put a pair of tits around him, he'd be whistling Strangers in Paradise.
He shot the robot and he was shooting the robots in the face to see which one would feel guilty or whatever.
Oh, see, he's shooting Jews now in this analogy. You see, this is why I don't get to make my jokes without being judged, because Nick Fuentes is a fucking spurg.
And she was freaking out because he was shooting all the robots. That's how I feel.
That's
Anyway.
a scary admission.
Yeah, this like clearly Israeli Jew comes over and she's like, so what do you make of DEI and the campus protests? Isn't that crazy? I mean, I'm super liberal, but this is crazy. It's like, are you kidding me? But
Maybe she just wanted your fucking opinion on it, dude. See, this is what happens. Two things about that clip that I want to say to people. Number one, love your children. Take care of them. Guide them through life. Don't let them become Nick Fuentes. Number two, don't at a young age get so fucking hyped up into politics because your brain's just not ready for it. Like Bappa Shop says in the chat, nobody is like this in real life, right? Like Nick Fuentes has memed himself out of reality, you know? I wouldn't be surprised if Nick Fuentes is actually like a Fed. Like he's a character they've put forth to portray.
An op.
Yeah, to portray the right in a certain way. Buffalo.
The same way a lot of us thought that that Dylan Mulvaney thing was an op.
Yeah.
Because nobody's heard from Dylan in forever.
Yeah, what's going like Dylan Mulvaney was a thing for a while, and you're right. It's almost like they did the damage they were supposed to do.
And then they moved on.
And then the whole thing just kind of fucked off. You know? We are down statistically quite a bit today. Oh, boy, guys, this is not, I don't like this. This isn't good. Like, subscribe, all of that stuff. Throw us a couple of bucks. We're 270 away from today. We appreciate it. We'll do better. We'll do a better show today, hopefully. And you guys will feel like throwing us a couple of bucks. God damn, man, we're in the 300s on YouTube. That never happens anymore. Usually peaking out at 6, peaking out at 4 on Rumble. Fuck, dude. What do you guys want to hear about? Now I'm ready to abandon all my prep. Not the kind Nick Fuentes takes. I'm ready to abandon all of my prep.
It might just be your thing because it says 459 on YouTube right
Oh, you know what? Mine hadn't updated. Okay, my thing's behind.
And then
all right.
317 over here. So yeah.
Okay, so we're at about
add
eight
the-
hundo. Well, either way, it's down a little bit. We're usually in the 5s. Hey, you know what? Let's not get hung up on numbers. Let's just make our money and do a good show. 270 away from today, guys. Thank you very much. Throw it in. Don't make Johnny feel like shit because we made a shitload of money without him yesterday, and now you guys are making him feel bad. Let's talk about this dock workers strike. I wanted to talk more about this last night, but Matt was fired the fuck up. Matt was excited about the dock workers yesterday, man. He hates this strike. He thinks it's absolutely horse shit and terrible. I don't know, man. I looked at why the dock workers are striking, and it made me a little scared for them. I know that unions are not the most popular thing out there. I know that a lot of people don't like unions. I have mixed feelings about them myself, public sector versus private sector. But some of the things the dock workers are asking for, I get it. And a lot of it comes from fear of AI. And if you're in an industry that could be replaced by AI, I get why you'd be nervous right now.
But dock workers are going to get replaced by AI?
Machines. Yeah. Robots and shit that can just be programmed to unload the ships, put them in certain areas. I mean, I get it. I understand it. What doesn't help the dock workers is the guy who leads their union sounds like a mafia guy.
Well, you said it's a union.
Well, the union guy is like, hey, nice economy you guys got here. Be ashamed if something would have happened to it. Double up pay. So the dock workers are asking for, Matt says, a 75% raise, and they want to guarantee that they will not be replaced by AI. I get that. One thing people have to remember about unions, their job is not to look out for you and yours. A union's job is to look out for themselves.
And they do that by keeping you employed to get money.
That too. The union leaders, they ain't going to be able to pocket your dues if you don't have a job. And you're not, if you're worried about AI and you're worried about all this other shit and you're worried about inflation, naturally you're going to ask for more money, and naturally you're going to ask for a written guarantee that you won't be replaced by robots. You want to address the concerns in your workplace. I get it. I understand it. The only thing when I will speak out about unions is public sector unions who don't negotiate with the taxpayers, who are ultimately the people who pay the bills. We don't get a say in the negotiations. I think that's unfair. And with private sector unions, I'll just disagree with them when I think what they want goes against what's best for the rest of us. And sometimes that's a lot of the time. But that doesn't mean I don't understand what their complaints are. And with these dock workers, look, man, I get it. And it's not like
we won't be able to learn new skills. Stop taking away our Luddite work.
Well, it's not like CEOs and these businesses are like the easiest people to negotiate with, and they just love throwing out money to their workers. So you sometimes probably do have to be. You have to be a little.
Love to cut that little bottom end line out.
You have to be a little bit of a dick sometimes, and a lot of these union guys are a lot of bit of a dick. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says, as a union worker, Matt is a retard. Well, I didn't know you got to speak on Matt's retardation through the lens of being a union member. That's, I feel like a lot of people who call Matt a retard call it through the lens of whatever their expertise is,
Yeah.
As a veterinarian who's worked with a lot of animals, Matt's a retard.
As a tard, like recognizes like.
Hi, Matt. By the way, thank you guys for that. 265 away from today.
Yeah, guys, we got to make that goal. Come on.
Thank you for your contributions. So this is the head of the chief negotiator for the International Longshoremen Association. His name is Harold Daggett. And I have a feeling that a lot of people may get to know. Daggett. A lot of people may get to know this fella Daggett. And I think as the economy suffers from a potential dock workers strike, I think they may come up with very clever nicknames for him. And some of the nicknames, not so clever. This is Harold Daggett talking about the strike. And again, Matt was in here yesterday, and he's ranting and raving, and he's going off, and he's yelling and screaming. He's pounding my fucking table. This thing's going to fucking break one of these days. Even though it's heavy as hell, he's just pounding and yelling and screaming and hollering and everything else. And whereas to me, and I'm entertained by that, but I look at the plight of the dock workers and I go, I get why you guys are fighting. I understand it. I also understand that you guys getting 75% raises is going to do a lot to raise the cost of goods and the cost of transporting goods in this country, because that money has to come from somewhere. So
Well, they'll make the people at the top pay it. That's the way it goes. They'll just all take pay cuts.
Right, exactly.
They'll
So here's Harold Daggett. And, like, I feel like the longshoremen could really ingratiate themselves to the rest of a working America that wants to understand what their plight is. However, the one thing you probably shouldn't do is threaten the American people. When you threaten the American people, you tend not to get them on your side.
what did he say?
Here's Harold Daggett from the chief negotiator for these union proceedings. And maybe don't put your chief negotiator out there as the PR guy.
But today's world, it's changing into the future. They're not making millions no more. They're making billions. And they're spending it fast as they make it. I want a piece of that for my men. Because when they made their most money was during COVID. When my men had to go to work on those piers every single day, when everybody stayed home and went to work. Not my men. They died out there with the virus. We all got sick with the virus. We kept them going. From Canada to Maine to Texas, Great Lakes, Puerto Rico, now the Bahamas.
Let me ask you a question. Where is he wrong?
I mean, he's right. He's the classic get off my side guy. It's not that his message is wrong. It's the way he's delivering it, from both his choice of language, his speaking tone, to the simple fact that for this interview he chose to wear gold chain. Like, I mean, can we be more of a stereotype?
Yeah, I mean, he really is coming off as like Guido Mafia guy. Like, hey, my guys, they were on the docks. They were getting the virus. They were getting the cough. They were getting sick.
These guys used to be making millions. Now they're making billions.
And
I want
my
a piece
guys
of that.
can't
Where's
even
the
get it. My guys can't even get a decent gabagool sandwich. What the fuck am I going to do?
I need a taste. A little taste. That's all we're asking.
He is. He's kind of at the beginning. He's like, hey, I just want some of that for my guys. You know, you guys have been making a lot of money. A lot of money. I respect that. You know, you got to make your money. I just thought my guys might get a little taste. That's all. Yeah, he is kind of a walking stereotype, but he's not wrong. I mean, these shipping guys, they did make a lot of money during COVID.
Oh, yeah.
When everything else was shut down, they got to still operate. That, you know, Target, Walmart, all those places. Anybody who still got to operate during COVID, they made a fucking killing. And if he's right and these longshoremen haven't gotten a raise, a significant bump since then, maybe they got something to bitch about.
Everybody went to work during COVID. Nobody stayed home. Well,
Well, then people like Matt was yelling last night. He's like, so did a lot of us. Well, maybe you deserve a little bit more too. Like, it is interesting. It is interesting in this country where the bosses tend to turn the workers against each other. And I'm not trying to turn this into a Marxist thing, believe you me. But, like, it is interesting to watch the people who run certain industries turn workers of other industries against each other. Like, Matt's a hardworking guy. And he goes, fuck you, longshoreman. I worked during COVID too. Well, maybe this guy would make the argument.
Maybe you guys should be on the same side and not fighting each other.
Right. Maybe you guys both should be asking for more money. Wouldn't that be interesting if you guys, banded together? I don't think this guy's saying, well, the longshoremen worked during COVID, so the rest of you are fucking assholes.
No, he's saying that they took the risk. But again, I don't agree with that. But yeah, you guys worked during COVID and you made 75% increase. I mean, has everyone else's wages gone up that much?
Well,
how long has it been since they had a wage increase?
You also have to remember he's a negotiator, so he's got to bring the strongest case to the table for his guys that he can. So he's got to throw as much shit out there as possible, whether it's true or not.
Right.
And so he's got to make the biggest sob story. We contribute X. We've been taking Y. And we deserve Z. So, I mean, hard-nosed is kind of the way you have to go. Trucker 18-wheeler with $2 on PayPal says, as a truck driver, Matt is a retard. Okay, so we've got people saying Matt is a retard as different professions and different areas of expertise. That's very interesting.
I want to be compensated for that. I'm not asking for the world. They know what I want. They know what I want. And if they don't, well, then I have to go into the street and we have to fight for what we rightfully deserve.
So that's the threat of the strike. And people don't like that. People get mad at guys like this when they go, well, then we got to go into the street and get what we deserve. So, reminder, these are the people who literally keep the economy running in this country.
Right?
There's nobody
And
to
don't
unload
worry,
the
guys.
ships.
He's talking with the government. We won't get a say in that negotiation.
But no, I don't know. I believe he works with he talks to the shipping companies
Really?
and the dock
Okay.
owners. Yeah. I don't think this is a
All right.
government
I thought this was one of those.
So he's got to come out there and he's got to present his strongest case. And yeah, if you're a group of workers, the only thing you can do if you feel like you're not getting your protections and your compensation, the only thing you can do is stop working and hope that it hurts the company enough that they come to the table and want to bring you back and want to give you some of the things you're asking for. I mean, it's not good. It's not bad. It's the way it goes.
People today don't know what a strike is.
Right.
When my men hit the streets, from Maine to Texas, every single port will lock down. You know what's going to happen? I'll tell you. First week, be all over the news every night, boom, boom. Second week, guys who sell cars can't sell cars because the cars ain't coming in off the ships. They get laid off. Third week, malls start closing down. They can't get the goods from China. They can't sell clothes. They can't do this. Everything in the United States comes on a ship. They go out of business. Construction workers get laid off because the materials aren't coming in. The steel's not coming in. The lumber's not coming in. They lose their job.
Remember the shipping backups when that one ship got caught in the Suez Canal, or the shipping backups during COVID?
or the problems that happened with the Port of Baltimore.
Yeah. I mean, think of that and think of that one port all over the entire country.
Yeah, but listen to him explaining this and try not to feel like he has a gun to your head saying, give me what I want or else you don't get to live anymore.
Oh, that's 100%
when he
what
says
he's
this
doing.
shit, when he says this shit, that's where I'm like, hey, can you guys speed up that AI robot thing? Because fuck this asshole.
That's the risk you're taking. That's kind of the 3D, the 3-level chess that you're playing when you negotiate shit like this. That's why this guy gets to buy the gold necklaces and the nice designer glasses.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm looking at his gold necklace and his fat fucking goiter, and I'm like, how hard is your life really?
Well, the goiter is probably going to make things difficult. But it's one of those deals where it's like, okay, it's not as straightforward as give us what we want or we'll strike. It's like, okay, give us what we want or we'll strike. Are they going to bring in scabs? Does that then, are you being a big enough pain in the ass where they want to say, we're not going to protect you from AI. In fact, as soon as AI unloading the ships is ready, your guys are out on their fat fucking asses, and we're going to do that and save ourselves a shitload of money. It's delicate, these kind of negotiations. You can't run in there like a fucking rage tard and just start breaking shit and going, give us what we want or we're out of here. But you also can't be a timid little mouse and go like, please, sir, could you just give us just a little bit more? You need guys like this. Guys like this are necessary because the guys running these corporations are not going to go to some guy who's being really nice and decent and he's well-dressed and go, oh, you know what? Yeah, here, we'll willingly cough up this raise or these protections. You need a guy who's kind of a dick. The problem is,
right, but you need him in the negotiating room, not on the PR table. This is
right. I don't think this guy's the best guy to be talking to the media. I think he gets off on this part and he enjoys it. But I don't think he's the guy to really be doing this job.
Everybody's hating the longshoremen now because now they realize how important our jobs are. Now I have the president screaming at me, I'm putting a Taft-Hartley on you. Go ahead. Taft-Hartley means I have to go back to work for 90 days. That's a cooling off period. Do you think when I go back for 90 days, those men are going to go to work on that pier? It's going to cost the company's money to pay their salaries while they went from 30 moves an hour maybe to 8. They're going to be like this.
So he's saying they're going to do a slowdown.
So they're just going to fucking be a dick. So again, this is more of a reason why I'm thinking you probably get paid too much already and you want more. Like now I want to go through your finances and find out just exactly why do you need more money.
The Taft-Hartley Act was, in the early 20th century, was a protection so that industries really important to the United States couldn't just go on strike and leave the economy in a flat line. The Taft-Hartley Act basically said the president, if what you do is considered a public service or a public good, they can order you to go back to work for 90 days and negotiate, after which you can strike. Which, if that was the case for the longshoremen, I definitely think there would be a Taft-Hartley move. But then, like this guy says, all right, fine, Taft-Hartley us. We'll slow down. We'll unload 8 ships an hour. Or 8 moves an hour. It's like, oh, shit.
That can't be right. He said $975,000 a year, Johnny. That's not
We'll
right.
check it out.
Who's going to win here in the long run? You're better off sitting down and let's get a contract and let's move on with this world. And in today's world, I'll cripple you. I will cripple you, and you have no idea what that means.
See, this is why
That means you're blackmailing me, sir. You're bending me over the table, and you're saying, "Oh, look, do whatever I want, or I will fucking end you."
This is
All
why.
right.
This is why maybe the negotiator guy for the longshoremen shouldn't be the guy doing interviews. You know, maybe the guy. Hey, we need more money. I'll fucking cripple you. You understand me? I'll break your fucking legs. I'll knock your shit out from under you. It's like, because there's got to be a public relations person.
Holy fuck!
There's got to be a public relations person for the longshoremen whose job is to kind of smooth this shit over and win over hearts and minds and shit. And he's got to be looking at this negotiator going, could you let me talk to the people with cameras? You go in the back rooms and you can threaten to break bones and shit like that and cripple the economy. I'll go and try to make people like us, if that's all right. By the way, about 900 of you checking out Steel Toe right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. We appreciate it. Also, we are stagnant as fuck right now. It hasn't been too beggy today, so hopefully it doesn't have to get that way. But we are 265 away. We would appreciate you guys throwing in a couple of bucks, keeping this show going. We had a big day yesterday, and it was awesome. What do we know about the longshoremen?
Well, let's see. I'm pulling up just a little bit of facts from the average from 2019 to 2020, the annual report from the Waterfront Commission of New York Harbor. About 1/3 of local longshoremen made $200,000 or more a year. A more typical longshoreman's salary can exceed $100,000, but not without logging substantial overtime hours.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here is longshoremen in Minneapolis. Well, I guess the river. 54 to 79,000 per year. So you're not getting rich being a longshoreman. You're not getting wealthy. And it is
some of them can make a good living
in New York. I mean, what does that mean?
Yeah.
I mean, $100,000 in New York. The average longshoreman salary in the U.S. is $41,000. That's because you got guys in like Maine and the Gulf of Mexico, where those are more poverty-stricken areas. They pay less, and that kind of balances out the $100,000 whatever that they make in New York. Look, I'm probably, I understand this one. I really do. I understand why the longshoremen are fighting for more money. I do get it. But it's just, again, like this attitude of, hey, we'll cripple you. Hey, like there's this, it goes back to what I was saying about Trump and the debates and all this other stuff. We've lost that ability to be in this together. You know, maybe
that's because people like him have been doing that for a while.
Yeah, maybe we never were. Maybe we're romanticizing a time that never actually existed. But it just feels like there's this, everything is us versus them. And it's like a house divided against itself cannot stand. And it's like, you know, after this election, no matter what, whoever wins, the other half is going to be pissed and not want anything to go well. And it's like, I remember when Obama was elected. And there were a lot of people who didn't want Obama to win. And I feel like a lot of those people, and this was the last time I feel like this ever happened, there were a lot of people who were like, look, our economy's in the shitter right now. It's not going well. Bush left us in a tough spot. I'm not happy this guy won, but goddamn do I hope he does a good job, because we need him to do a good job. Now it seems like people are like, well, I didn't get my way, so fuck it. I hope the whole thing burns.
See, when you talk about Obama like that, I'm like, do you remember that, like, literally the minute Obama won, like, you had the Republicans going,
our job is to make sure that this president does not accomplish anything.
That's actually not a
in the
bad
course.
Mitch McConnell impression.
I need a turtle shell, and I can
That's
go whole
that's
hog.
that's an underrated Mitch McConnell impression. It really flies under the radar. It's not too bad. No, I remember that. I remember, the Republican politicians. I remember the show they put on.
Right.
Like, I remember the.
I mean, the government
theater.
did kind of work together because it's almost like it was set up.
But I was in Litchfield at the time, and I remember even the fucking rednecks in Litchfield. They were like, "Oh boy, I hope this guy does a fucking good job because we're really in the shit right now." And now it seems like the people have started to behave like the politicians, and the people have started to get worse than the media, and that's bad. It's not a good thing. So, and this guy going like, "I'll cripple you." I mean, a guy like this talks like he almost wants the strike, like he's romanticizing the strike, like it would be a good thing. After he named
Again, it like you said earlier, it makes me feel like the whole mafia thing where it's like, it's a real nice economy you have here. Shame if anything happened to it.
Yeah. Landers says they are mute complaints. I think he means moot. They were offered a 50% increase and turned it down, and just so happens they still went on strike during the hurricane. Problem is, they want the AI guarantee. They want the guarantee that they're not going to be replaced by AI. And
because they really don't like it when someone might have something to bend them over a barrel and go, hey, you want to be an asshole about the job. You're operating, like, let's not forget too, like, it's not like these people are picking this stuff up with their hands and they're operating fucking machinery and stuff. Like, I get it. You're doing a job, but if a robot can do your job just as easily, whose fault is it for the businessman taking the low cost option? Besides, the robot doesn't get drunk and come in a half hour late.
that's true. You got to remember, Artie Lang was a longshoreman. Buffalo Jockey with $2 says Matt has a very low skill. I don't know what that means. He knows AI is taking that job very soon. No, he told his boss the other day, "I'll cripple you." That is funny. Like, if you're talking about a whole industry and a whole economy and a whole country, you can negotiate by saying, "We'll cripple you." But if it's like one guy, you can't be like, "Give us what we want or we'll cripple you." Because then that's a threat. That's different.
Yep.
You have to threaten an entire entity or an economy. You can't just go, "Listen, motherfucker, give me a 50%. I don't want you guys walking into your bosses today and going, "Give me a 50% raise or I'll cripple you." You're going to get escorted off the premises. Coltrane with $1 says AI/robot fear is real. They say we need illegals to fill jobs. We will not have that problem once robots become more common. So we will have millions more people whose jobs will be replaced anyway. We're all going to have to learn how to do either sales of robots, manufacturing of robots, or maintenance of robots.
Actually, not even the manufacturing, because pretty quickly, a lot of the manufacturing of robots will be taken over by
the robots. Will build the robots. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so really, I mean, as weird as it sounds, I think people will be just the maintenance. Like, it will be servicing robots.
True.
Giggity.
Dive Bar with $2. By the way, Dive Bar, please send me a DM with your address. I have a Stoney's gift card I need to send out to you. You and Shannon are the only two people I haven't heard from yet. All the other Stoney's gift cards have been sent out. So get me your info and I can send those out to you. $2 from Dive Bar. He says union workers don't care. They think they're better than the rest of us, and people obviously don't care. They still buy American cars after the bailouts that weren't paid back. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I support them. Sorry the rest of you don't plan ahead to deal with this. Matt's terrified he'll personally suffer. Union workers have power and rights. I mean, yeah, look, do I understand why the longshoremen are doing this? Do I understand from their perspective why this is the right thing for them to do? Absolutely. Do I also see why people would be fucking pissed at them, especially after listening to that guy, and why people might be scared of what this strike means? Yep, I understand both. The only thing that bothers me about this strike shit is it always seems like CEOs and corporations are let off the hook, and all the workers blame other workers.
Right. And the other thing that bothers me with this is it's like we have to argue for these wages to be increased, but every time the wages increase happens, it goes hand in hand with the unions making more money. It's like, well, why do you need more money? Your workers need more money. We heard why, but maybe they wouldn't need as much money if you don't take a bigger piece.
You know how much Harold Daggett makes a year?
How much does Harold Daggett make a year?
$710,000.
Yeah, fuck Harold Daggett.
Harold Daggett does okay for himself. Someone said, Aaron, don't Google Harold Daggett. Uh-oh. What? Guys, it doesn't say.
He sounded more Italian than Jewish, so.
Oh, wow, check this out. In 2005, you can't make this up. In 2005, the Justice Department accused Daggett of being an associate of the Genovese crime family.
Oh, fuck me. It is literally, he's a mafia boss, and he's trying to extort us. Like, yeah, he's going to make some more money for average workers, but again, it's because he needs to make a couple more mil for him. Fuck this guy.
Oh, wait, hold on. I have news. I have Google results from Harold Daggett.
Oh, Jesus. I haven't smoked any weed for days. I don't know if we need to.
Harold J. Daggett says, it's been a very difficult time. The most difficult time for a Jew.
Are you serious?
Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, Nick Fuentes will be our guest at 9 o'clock today. Approachable writing in the chat says, hey, Aaron, I dare you to Google Harold Daggett's ethnic background. God damn it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, I support them. Oh, wait, we just did that one. I'm sorry. Anime sucks, Cope and Sneed. I'll read that 10 more times. Coltrane with $1 says, this guy makes a good case for making stuff in America. Trump 2024. Yeah.
Yeah, but why don't we make stuff in America anymore?
It's too expensive.
Yeah, how'd it get that way?
Got to pay people a lot of money to do those jobs.
Yeah, but why do we have to pay people a lot of money to do those jobs?
Because unions negotiated a really high salary for them.
That's weird.
Harold Daggett will take care of it.
Unions and people like this Daggett negotiated really high wages for themselves. They all made a lot of money, and then the companies went, hey, we want to continue making a lot of money. Turns out it's cheaper to go somewhere else.
God bless. God bless. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, how long will it take for the new tech to replace all employees? Typically takes months or years to implement this technology. They are, but in fairness to them, they are looking ahead, and they're like, these are the concerns our workers have going into the future. And these are the things we'd like protection from going forward. I get it. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says, Johnny, go volunteer to go fill those jobs. You're too lazy to fill this garbage part-time job.
What?
Yeah, Johnny, you lazy fucker.
Yeah, dude, I'm going to go in there and what? They're going to have me. Actually, no, I wouldn't mind driving.
You'd be a great.
Are there any longshoreman jobs around here? Like, hold on, you might have sold me.
Go make some money. What if this is the start of a great career? What if you end up being the chief negotiator? $710,000 is where it is at the top.
Yeah, dude, I'll take that.
It's like when Harry.
Damn good deal.
It's like when Henry Hill says, I'm a union delegate. Oh, that's why you make all this money. Dive Bar with $20 says, fuck unions and anybody who supports them. I hope you choke on a bottle cap. Well, why you have a bottle cap in your mouth to begin with is odd to me, but I get it, Dive Bar. Thank you very much for the $20. Dive Bar has spoken, and he thinks Buffalo Jockey's an asshole. Buffalo Jockey with $1 says the Vorapre make money. They aren't charities. I know. Like I said, it seems like the corporations in these strikes really get let off the hook, in my opinion. This Gigger nets it with $1.99 says Harold Daggett rhymes with, Gerald Daggett. Yeah. No, that's a good one.
Maggot, like
Sergeant Slaughter. He would be like, you fall in line, maggot. I get it. I understand. Guys, we are thank you for that $20 Dive Bar, and thank you guys. Those ones and twos on Rumble, believe it or not, they add up. Thank you guys. We are 2:45 away from this morning. Look, we had a great day yesterday. If we don't have a good day today, Johnny's gonna think it's all his fault and that nobody likes him. So be sure to contribute to today's show, or Johnny's gonna feel like a failure. 2:45 away. Let's see if we can rally up and get to 200 by 8 o'clock. I'd be happy with that. Do you feel like a failure right now?
A little bit, yeah,
guys,
actually, a lot.
Guys,
we need to get this going. We're only at 2:45.
Yeah. I mean, people like Matt so much that they knocked out the goal last night before the show even started. I mean, how do you think that makes Johnny feel? Probably like a giant piece of shit. By the way, if Jack Sixes is still here, you got to he always wants me to grift harder.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty good grift.
Yeah, we're grifting pretty hard right now.
Clopogram with $1 says Aaron's too scared to use the certain sound clip because he's a mob boss. Oh, yeah? I once knew a guy named Harold Daggett.
I'll fucking kill you, you fucking faggot.
It's fun when they rhyme, right? Rhyming things is fun.
Rhyming things is fun. Do you have the one from History of the World with Caesar?
Harold Daggett has the economy by the neck.
Okay, faggot, what's next?
There you go. When it comes to this Harold Daggett, don't you get him started.
You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded.
There we go. A new bit on Steel Toe. We're rhyming the sound drops. This is fun.
All right.
This Harold Daggett, he thinks he's got him.
Learn the difference between we have a problem and you have a problem.
See? A total collapse of the economy is what they're discussing.
Do you personally dislike homosexuals?
Of course, they are disgusting.
I'm going to see if I can do this with every single drop we have. And it's got to relate to the longshoreman strike. This Harold Daggett will strike readily unless he gets a call from Robert F. Kennedy!
That one hurt.
This one just rhymes on its own. This is for the longshoreman. Spinning too slow. I can't wait to be alone with my baby tonight. This Harold Daggett, this guy's got a plan.
You can act like a man. What's the matter with you?
This Harold Daggett is going to put these bosses in their place, and as a Jew, he'll
For your race.
Oh, so do it for your race. Damn it. Oh, man.
And now
if there is a strike, Harold Daggett says, don't put this on me, because if it goes down.
And there will be gorilla shit all over the Omni.
That one, okay, I'm sorry. Your hand has to hurt from the shoehorn to the side.
A little bit. My heels are killing me. Harold Daggett will not be your chew toy because Harold Daggett is a
damn Jew boy.
Oh, no.
I'm telling you right now, Harold Daggett will fight from New York City to Astoria, from everyone named Hank to everyone named...
I think I got your number, Gloria.
I thought that one was Gloria by Brett Hall. All right. Harold Daggett will strike the way he was taught. He just wants to know...
Yeah, what's wrong with the beer we got?
There are people coming up on... Oh, there's just one.
This Harold Daggett has a real wild hunch that Patrick Melton...
I defiled a child.
This one's too long.
You goddamn drug addict, you blackmailed piece of shit, meth head, fuck you.
Oh. We can get a little raise or we can go on strike. You guys can choose. But one thing you can't say is, look, motherfucker, I'm finding Jews. If you don't give us a raise, on strike we go.
Oh, my lucky stars, a Negro.
Oh, we can fix this whole thing with one little stitch. Instead, you guys are
A Methodist and the son of a bitch.
if you give us our raise, economic pain we can lessen, so...
The Almighty says, don't change the subject, just answer the fucking question.
I'm Harold Daggett, and you all know me. So, CEOs...
You should just fucking smile and blow me.
Why aren't you people should be paying for this? This is amazing.
Harold Daggett... Harold Daggett knows on this the longshoreman cannot punt. And CEOs?
You a dishonest cunt!
Harold Daggett wants one thing, and that's his guys to get money.
Oh my god, that is funny!
Just because he's a Jew doesn't mean his credentials are light. Harold Daggett says,
I'm white, you know? I'm white.
Harold Daggett says when it comes to cocaine, don't let it distract it.
Much like Mr. Rackets.
Oh. Harold Daggett's Jewish. You know he ain't gay. But if this strike goes down...
It's time to stop making decisions, buddy, okay?
Some people see this show stagnating and they wonder how.
Can we start the story now?
Harold Daggett needs this money and he will not share. But the CEOs say,
Who fucking cares?
all right, when it comes to this bit, Harold Daggett says, maybe this isn't what's up. So maybe you two.
Fuck off and shut the fuck up.
There we go. All right, guys, we did the whole page.
The whole page.
We did the whole page.
Jesus.
Thank you, this Gigger Netsit. He's the one who got that whole thing started. That was nice. Actually, Clopogram, too, with his dollar, saying that I wouldn't play the gay F-word sound clip. Don't tell me I'm scared. I'll beat that shit to death. Thank you very much. All right.
$2.
I'll tell you this. I got $2 to do that. We really should be getting a lot of super chats and Rumble. We should be. That was a very unique bit that no other show can do. That no other show would even.
No other show can, but no one else will.
No other show would have the balls to do that
stones.
bit. That's right. $245 away from today. Throw us a few bucks and show us you appreciate our quirky way of doing a program. Chips and Diff says, I'm sorry, this strike could take a while.
I defiled a child.
There was a very funny thing on Kiwi Farms clip something. Speaking of our old co-host, somebody commented on her Instagram picture. Someone was being a troll. They were not being nice. And they said, how long until you cheat on Nick? Is what someone commented on the Instagram picture. Now, I say you just delete that comment and move on. You curate your Instagram comment section.
Or ignore it.
April responded to it by saying, I would never do that.
So there is a you and Nick. Which part of this am I supposed to be surprised
It's
about?
like it's like, you fucking idiot. Quiet part out loud. Shut your mouth. What are you doing?
Plus, I would never do that. I would never cheat on, I guess,
married man.
I'd never cheat on my married man. All right, like
I'd never cheat on my married boyfriend.
I am a loyal third piece.
Okay, well, here's the problem. So then she clarified because she realized, oh, fuck. And instead of just deleting it, because now Kiwi Farms has it posted everywhere. That's where I saw it. And she just wrote, she goes, to clarify.
Yeah, that's not going to help.
I mean, if I was in that position, I wouldn't cheat. And then said, Nick deserves better than that. And I'm like, is that a fucking shot at somebody? And by the way, let's be very honest. Anyone with 2 eyeballs and ears knows, no, he doesn't deserve better than that. There's a lot of people who believe that if your child tests positive for cocaine, you don't really deserve to be feeling anything below the neck. So I don't know if he really deserves anything. Mr. Beat writes, April is awesome. I read that on Kiwi Farms this morning, and I just went, oh, no. Oh,
Yeah,
what are you doing?
That is precious. You, like I said, just fuck it. How many times do you have to look at that stuff to realize, you know what? You got to ignore them. delete them if you want, but ignore them. Or
Right.
just not respond.
Delete them, ignore them, block the person. Because now, do you know how happy that person is? Do you know they thought they were just going to make April seethe with that comment? Instead, they pulled something out of her that I'm sure
nobody asked for.
I'm sure everybody would appreciate it if she really didn't fucking do that. But then again, she's posting pictures on Instagram where she puts a rolled up towel under her tits and puts her arm under there to push them up as much as she can, and then bites her lip and puts it up on Instagram. We're not dealing with the sharpest knife in the drawer here. Das Optic Nerve says her social skills are questionable. Just a little. Lost Chaos says, besides, April is the primary for Nick, not the secondary. To quote Val Kilmer in Tombstone, that's the rumor. Mr. Beat says he deserves AIDS. Yeah, see, you're not going to get a lot of sympathy from saying Nick deserves so much better than that. No, he really doesn't. Nick should be really happy he doesn't get what he deserves. He should really be happy that we have a lenient legal system.
He deserves so much better, with all the wife swapping and stuff. Like, I'm sorry. No.
Oh, boy.
No.
Oh, boy. Walter with $10 over on PayPal. Thank you very much. We appreciate the $10, buddy. $5 from Dr. Silverwolf says, after that bit where we went through all the sound drops, just, God damn it, Aaron. Sorry, buddy. Sorry. $230 away from today. I mean, I guess I could pull up the farms and read the actual quotes, but I'm pretty close on that. It's pretty close. I just it gets boring for a while and then something happens and you just go and it's never anything they're holed up in a compound. It's like nobody's forcing them to fuck up. Nobody's forcing them to look ridiculous. It's just all these unforced errors that make people chuckle.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Nobody told Nick to go online and be like, oh, this is going to happen to Aaron and that's going to happen to Aaron. Then he has to cancel his stream because that doesn't happen to Aaron. And it's like, Aaron wasn't talking about it, motherfucker. Nobody was saying anything. You popped your head up out of the hole and people fucking took you popped your head up out of a hole when a train was coming by and now you're like, hey, where'd my fucking head go? It's like nobody
time hole.
Nobody pushed you up there, motherfucker. But hey, I just love that. How long until you cheat on Nick? And instead of the answer, which is the obvious one, which is, what do you mean? I'm not with, he's just my friend.
I'm not with Nick.
It's just
my friend. We're just friends.
Instead of that, she just goes, I would never do that.
Her parents must be so proud. So proud.
Aaron, you're going to commit a hate crime today. Not till Wednesday, dude. Stop it. It's and then she writes a message to clarify, because I'm sure somebody like Nick or somebody else probably read it and went, what the fuck are you doing? And then she went, to clarify. No, don't clarify. Just fucking delete it. Get rid of it. To clarify, if I were in that position, I wouldn't cheat. Excuse me. Person who cheated on you and also got cheated on, if I may. Yes, you would. Yes, you would. We mutually cheated on one another. We broke our vows together. So nice. As a family.
We did it as a family.
Yeah. Oh, boy. My favorite line was, Nick deserves better than that. There is literally 0 people in this world saying that he deserves better than that. Honestly. Balls Deep with 333 over on PayPal. Thank you, Balls. Appreciate it. Cocaine makes you develop autism as well, it seems, says Carlos. It was. I did think it was fine. I didn't know if I was going to bring it up on the show today or not, but I remembered it, and I was just like, fuck, that is funny. We got a bunch of stuff we got to get to today. I don't know how you move on from that. You just kind of, there's no no segue. That's
just a very special moment in time. You can't
just
go past it. Just have a head-
remarkable levels of mental retardation, and there's no segueing or spinning out of it.
Don't-
You just got to go, hey, next on the show.
Don't talk to people on the internet when they comment on your pictures, man. Jesus.
I would say that if you're up on felony drug charges and still living in a polycule, maybe just stay off of Instagram in general, and certainly don't put thirst trap, insecure, fucking push-up titty pics on Instagram when you're accused of being a coke fiend and sexual degenerate. God damn. That would be like me taking a picture in bed with two women. It's like, Aaron, bad look.
Yeah, but that's after you and like do something to fluff up or something. I don't know. Like,
Yeah, or yeah, I'm fluffing up my dick. I've got like a fucking my dick
or
strap.
you're flexing your arms really hard so that
Yeah.
way your muscles show or something. Something gay.
I'm like pushing out my collarbone so my traps look bigger, and I'm just like, yeah, fucking.
Gonna go get a surgery to make that happen.
I don't have much to work with. But then again, neither does she, and she made it work. Good for her. Coltrane with $1 says, in case anyone wants the original link. Oh, he's okay. He's putting the original link in there. Packer Backer
It's still up there. She still didn't take it.
Oh yeah. Oh
Okay.
yeah. Packer Backer says she's out there looking for attention already, trying to lure in her bigger fish. I don't know. She did that when we were married. She just really. There's a saying, if you want to build a kingdom, don't do it with someone who still wants attention from the village. I think that's a good saying, and that's not one that I kind of
took to heart.
Not that I've ever turned down attention from the village either in my history.
No,
I'm
so I
certainly
mean,
not perfect.
Other people looking at you will probably think the same thing. Like, oh, he wants attention from the village. I'm out of here.
April's missing orgasm says Aaron's just jealous no one compliments his April-sized tits. Oh, that is fucking good. Thank you, buddy. Grand Poobah with $5 says, to be fair, saying something dumb, then half walking it back, clarifying is classic April. What do you mean?
I defiled a child.
I don't know what you mean, sir. Thank you very much, Grand Poobah. By the way, your Stonies just went in the mail yesterday, so thank you. What is it? 225? 225 is the number for this morning. Let's go on a rip. What do you say? Let's go on
Come
a
on,
nice
guys. We can make it happen.
Let's go on a nice
Do
rip.
this.
Make Johnny feel good about himself at 225 here. The Streamlabs, PayPal, and Venmo links are all in the chat. Otherwise, there's Rumble and YouTube as well. Okay, let's move on to this. Let's move on to a bitch. Do you know Harry Sisson? Are you familiar with him?
No. Who's Harry Sisson?
Harry Sisson still is a guy, who started out as like he was a teenager, and he would make Democratic, like really liberal TikToks and tweets and shit. And he had
an influencer, isn't he?
He had like paid influencer written all over him. Like you were like, this kid is clearly being paid by Democrats to fucking brainwash people on TikTok.
Fed.
And then it came out that I think Harry Sisson was being paid, I don't remember. I think it was maybe 10 grand a month or 10 grand a week or something like that to make this content. And you could tell he was being paid because this motherfucker, he was taking positions that no kid would take any interest in ever. Either he is a fucking school shooter in the making, he's so autistic, and we got to keep an eye on him, or he's being paid a shitload of money by the Democratic Party to brainwash kids. It turned out to be the latter, thank God. And the reason I knew he wasn't a school shooter is because Tim Walz didn't seem to know him. Because remember, he's made friends with many school shooters. So this Harry Sisson has been making videos, and they're all just obnoxious, like, it sounds like a kid who watched a shitload of MSNBC and just started repeating things. And like people
So
will.
wait, he's still at it even though we know he's grifting and he's paid for his shit? People still watch it?
Oh, dude. He goes on shows, like talk shows have him on, and they take this fucking kid's opinion seriously. Except Piers Morgan. Like Piers Morgan kind of shit on him really hard. Piers had him on his show and it's just like, I'll bet you so many dollars that this is bullshit. Where is it? Piers
That'd
Morgan.
be fun. I'd like to see Pierce roast him into that. Because I always hate with those influencer people. It's like you're paid to just make crap and sell it online or to push an opinion. You're not like you're a PR person. Let's just be honest. You only instead of coming out like on behalf of this corporation, I'm pushing this message. You're being a dick, going, "Hey, no, guys, this is what we should do because it's what we believe." Like, no,
this is Piers talking to Harry Sisson, one of the two.
Harry Sisson. Harry, you think Biden won last night?
1%.
Yeah, no, I did, definitely. On the substance.
Oh, God, look at the douches in this. You got Hassan Piker, Harry Sisson, Cenk Uygur. Dude, when Cenk Uygur is not in the bottom 2 of the most hateable people on a panel, that's bad.
Dude, fucking A, man. Like, I know I'm dressed like a schlub wearing one of my T-shirts and shit, but, like, you're going to be on a national news program thing and you're wearing, what, a T-shirt with a top hat on it? Well, Jesus Christ.
I'll tell you this. This really, I'm just looking at this panel, and was it like Bad Take Monday on Piers Morgan's show? Because it's just a gathering of people with shitty takes on everything. I don't know who she is, though.
Since of the conversation, Biden won. His policy was pragmatic. It was logical. And Donald Trump just...
Wait a minute. Are we talking about the same debate where Joe Biden...
No, are they talking about a debate or the election?
I think they're talking about... They said you thought he won last night. Are we talking about the same debate where Joe Biden said, quote, "We defeated Medicare"? Is that the debate you think he won, motherfucker?
The entire time.
The problem you've got is I saw the CNN fact checkers on Joe Biden's public statements last night, and it was just untruth after untruth after untruth.
Oh, I'm not sitting here I'm not sitting here telling you that Joe Biden tells the truth every single time he speaks, or that he gets...
No, Piers Morgan. This is how you know this kid is bought and paid for, because he has no ability to ad-lib. He has no ability to, like, work on his feet and tell you what he really thinks, because it's all been pumped into him. No, terrible choice of words. I'm sorry. But but Piers Morgan is like, the fact checker said he was lying all the time. They're like, I'm not saying he tells the truth every time. It's like, yeah, that's not... Piers Morgan was saying, no, he lied a lot, though.
It's every single number right and every single statistic right.
He gets most of them wrong.
That's not true. To compare Joe Biden's lies to Donald Trump's lies is laughable.
Yeah, but the problem is, if you're going to use lying or misleading the public with statements against a candidate, you've got to make sure your own candidate speaks with unforked tongue. I mean...
No, that's not true. I learned this from Nick. This is very brilliant. I learned this from Nick. You see, when I do it, it's not a lie. I was just wrong. When people I don't like do it, then it's a lie.
Right.
That's what I learned.
If I don't like you and you do it, it's misinformation. If I like you and you do it, it's just you're sharing your opinion.
It's just a mistake. That's all. Just a mistake.
They happen.
Biden, barely a week goes by without him saying something which is immediately proven to be untrue. I mean, only like 2 weeks ago, he was claiming that his uncle was shot down and eaten by cannibals. None of that.
I forgot about that one. I forgot about Joe Biden. My uncle was eaten by cannibals.
Happened. It wasn't shot.
Which, by the way, worst Honey, I Shrunk the Kids sequel ever.
Down, and he wasn't eaten by cannibals. I mean, I just think that this idea that Trump's the only one whose statements can't be trusted is just not true. Last night.
Yeah, but Piers, I mean, let's be real here. Like, if you're lying, if you get one sec, Vinny, you look like a... Relax, buddy. If you're getting...
What a cunt. What a little bitch. Vinny, you look like...
Who the fuck are you?
Yeah.
Number incorrect, right? If you're getting a number incorrect, that's like a very
so 7
small...
years ago,
hold on now, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, dude. You right there.
How old are you? 10 years? Okay, I don't know who this guy is, but I like him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not done yet, dude. I'll be right there. He's playing with them. It's
what
funny.
Are you, fucking 10?
7
hold
years
on now, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet, dude. You right there.
Were you 10 years old, Harry?
What was that?
How old were you when Trump won? 10 years old? 7 years ago, you were 10 years old,
You look like you're about to explode.
You don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Take a breather.
That's not
Hassan was right to call.
You have make up. He's entitled to his
Hassan, listen.
Can I just say, it doesn't? I don't actually care how old either of you are. Let's get back to the...
I just like Vinny more than I like...
Yeah, no, it was funny.
That's good.
But they also like muted the fuck out of Vinny and they let him talk over him.
Yeah.
Because Vinny started screaming. And that's why, yeah, dude, you look like you're going to have a heart attack. Hey, calm down. You're turning red. Yeah, because they turned down his volume and he wants to. If you were sitting at an actual table, your balls would be in your fucking throat right now. Because that guy would come over and punch you.
Vinny's the only one who's being reasonable here. Like, why are we talking to this fucking infant? Like, how old is this guy? Why is he even here?
Real, which is, I care about the age of the president because he looks like he's 180. So, Harry, I'm just bemused. 33% of people watching it apparently think Biden won. I don't know. Harry, hang on. Harry, I don't know how anybody honestly can watch that debate and honestly conclude.
You know what I don't like? I wish these kind of shows were never invented. The whole panel where there's 6 fucking people. You don't need all of these people. Nobody's going to be able to.
Well, when we had people in person, you had one guest at a fucking time.
Right. Nobody's going to be able to get a word in edgewise. Nobody's going to be able to get a coherent thought out. They're all going to be speaking in hot takes and sound bites. I think it's purposely designed to make us retarded. I really do.
That Biden won. You'd have to be so deeply embedded in the Democrat partisan tank that you can't crawl out long enough to see the wood for the trees.
As he did.
You understand this Harry Sisson guy, he'd break out in hives if he had to say Donald Trump ever won anything. And by the way, this is coming from the people who think that Donald Trump can't recognize reality and he'll never accept a defeat in an election, and even though he turned over power on January 20th and everything else. These are the same guys where if they had to admit Donald Trump ever won anything, they'd vomit.
Well, does Harry actually believe that, or is it just, again, like we said, like how much do we have to pay him for him to turn around and be like, well, Trump's the better choice?
See, that's the nice thing. Like, they got to this Harry Sisson before he could grow a conscience and before he could grow his own beliefs and thoughts. So they just gave him a discounted rate to just say what they wanted, and he was all over it.
Last night.
And do you believe, Harry, finally, do you believe in your heart that Joe Biden is the right person to lead the Democrats into the election?
If you say yes, you're lying.
And do you believe he can win?
He can win. He's going to win. And as Vice President Harris said, we don't let a 90-minute performance negate 3.5 years of progress.
Yes, we did. Oh, that didn't age well because, yes, we did. 2 weeks later, Joe Biden was fucking outski. Out of there. After 2.5 weeks. There's also
pushed him out so fast it gave him whiplash.
He was gone in a heartbeat. There was one clip where Harry Sisson does come back on Pierce's show and admits he was wrong. I can't find it right now, but the reason I bring up Harry Sisson today is because Harry said something about abortion. I think, was it abortion? Yeah, abortion. That I really think you should shut the fuck up unless you've had kids or you've gotten someone pregnant. Like if you're a dude, you should probably just, because you sound like a fucking twat, especially if it's a pro-choice, like insensitive pro-choice argument. Like we're like, it's just a bunch of goo. It's like, okay, look, man, if you've fathered some kids, if you've gotten a chick pregnant, you've had to help make that decision, I'll listen to you. But if it's some snide little cunt who's a Democratic paid operative and he's going to go, I have a snarky take on abortion, fuck off, dude. It's kind of like people, when young people have that opinion on religion, and I used to be this douche. We're like, flying spaghetti monster, invisible man in the sky. It's like, way to break down something that could be an intelligent conversation into a retarded soundbite that you think is some kind of own, but really just makes you look like a fucking baby. You know, I've never seen the flying spaghetti monster people or the invisible man in the sky people who didn't have a problem with God. They don't believe.
The problem is they don't have an official religion and they're pissed off in life and they don't know where to aim it. So they aim it at people who have religious beliefs because those people have, by their subconscious opinion, they have unearned joy. Like, how are you so happy about life? We both don't know what happens when we die, but you have this complacency. I don't. That's not allowed.
You ever seen fucking Southern Baptists singing on Sunday in the church? Oh my God, they look like positively the happiest people you've ever seen in your life. It's unnerving, to be honest with you. So this Harry Sisson, I think I got to get to, Dive Bar says, give my gift card to Johnny. That way he'll be able to eat while he's laid off from steel toe. Fuck unions, and China is an asshole. Guys, we are, what are we, 225 away? Yeah, this is all Johnny's fault today, guys. We fucking crushed it yesterday.
It's my freaking problem, and now I'm going to have to live off of charity at Stoney's.
When Johnny was gone yesterday, we made a fuckload of money, and now we're 225 away. We're a little bit behind, so let's rally up. 225 away. Streamlabs, PayPal, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. We've already knocked out tonight's goal. Gray Duckling did that, so we're doing a movie watch along tonight. So we've literally got 2 goals left. That's it. Today and tomorrow. Help us out if you feel like it. We appreciate it. So Harry Sisson was talking about abortion. And just look at this snide little fuck.
Fuck you.
Doesn't that just look like a guy you want to cave in with a boot?
Again, this is another one of these people where he goes out and he has these political opinions, but he always has them through a Zoom call. Like, have this political opinion when the person can sit across the table next to you and you don't have, like, the ability to mute them or to cut them out if they start getting, too impassioned or whatever. Like, you have a nice little buffer zone. You're in a nice little bubble.
I just don't understand why they go with guys like this as, like, quote unquote, their guy, because these snide little cunts, I feel like, make the other side want to vote harder. Like, you don't want to get involved.
Yeah, but you're a boomer. I mean, how do the young people take them is the question.
That's true. Are young people really listening to this guy and going, oh, I better get out and vote? Like, do you want to be as unlikable as this fucking twat? Let's go ahead. This is Harry Sisson on abortion. And, when I want to hear about abortion, I go to a guy who clearly looks like a virgin, who doesn't even know what pussy feels, looks, tastes, or smells like, and get his opinion on what we should do with pregnancies. Let's take a listen to old Harry.
But when she chooses to get an abortion, it's the baby that's getting harmed. I mean, it has its own heartbeat and brain waves.
Okay, so he's got to answer that. That's a good point. When a woman decides to get an abortion, only the baby is harmed. I mean, physically and psychologically, it can fuck people up, but
and that's not entirely true. It can also medically fuck women up. I mean, it's not like it's not common.
It can make it more difficult to get pregnant in some cases. Yeah.
Brain waves.
Yeah, I just don't assign value to like a fetus before 20 to 24 weeks. So
what a fucking you can be pro-choice and not be such a cold, callous cunt about it. Like, you can be pro-choice and be like, look, man, I'm not a woman. I've never been pregnant. I don't want to tell someone what they can do with something that's inside their own body. Even if I do believe it's a human life and you're killing it, I feel like that's wrong. But I also don't know if it's my place to step in. So, I mean, my position on abortion is basically made by an unwillingness to really want to do anything about abortion. Like, I think the states' rights thing for someone like me is perfect. It's very hands-off. I don't have to have an opinion. I don't have to discuss it. I don't have to talk about it. That's where I want to be on abortion. But like a guy who will never himself get pregnant. I mean, he might have been born with a womb. He seems like the type. But for a guy who, for all we know, can't get pregnant, to just be like, I don't assign a value to human life before 20 to 24 weeks. All right, Harry Sisson, the science guy, where'd you come up with that number? Like, what Democratic operative that cut you a check put that fucking number in your head and made you say that? Because it's just a retarded thing to say.
I mean, other than the opinion, like, this is my, like, if you want to be like, hey, man, it's her body, it's her choice, like, okay, fine. But yeah, no, you have to come at it at least with like, all right, I'm going to, like, why don't dudes want to get vasectomies then? So
Right.
it's not a problem. If you, again, this is something I've come to terms a lot with in the recent, like, past, since I've had a daughter, ironically enough.
Yeah.
There are a lot of ways you cannot have that happen if you just take some simple precautions, or more importantly, pull out, or just, again, like, it's not like every pregnancy is a family R wording that was forced on this person.
Right.
It's just a lot of them. I don't know if people realize this. A lot of abortions come from, well, I took a load and it turns out that has consequences.
Most abortions come from, oops.
The phone rang and it startled me.
Yeah, to quote George Carlin. Yeah, most abortions are, didn't mean for this to happen. Shit. You know, people go like, what about R-word and incest? It's like, well, statistically, that's a very, 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 very tiny percentage. I don't even know if it's 1% of unwanted pregnancies or pregnancies in general. But when we talk about abortion, we're mostly talking about someone going, ooh, this is not a good time for me. You know, I
just got a promotion.
Yeah.
I got that new car payment. I don't want to give up
the guy I fucked is a retard. He was just hot. You know, not exactly.
Said he had a radio show.
Said he was really sensitive and he's never done this kind of thing before. All right, let's listen to Harry be a fucking retard.
Don't assign value to like a fetus before 20 to 24 weeks. So like if a mother's like, yeah, I want to get a fetus, I want to get an abortion at like 10 weeks, I have no problem with that.
If I have a woman and she says, I want to get a fetus, I'm like, oh, you're my kind of kinky. Let's put one in there. What are you saying? And then the next day I go, oh, God damn it. She played to my masculine tendencies to want to spread the seed and reproduce. Fuck. There's a lot of guys who, if they're fucking a chick and they're in the middle of it and she goes, just put a baby in me, he'd be like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude. The freaking begging for it thing is kind of a
the biological impulse to just do that is very strong, and there are certain things people can do to unlock that subconsciously in you. And you're like, just put it in deep. You're like, fuck this. Oh, this one's so good it hurts. Oh my God. And you're like,
I'm gonna end up hugging this one in 10 years. Oh boy.
Just put it deep inside of me. You're like, oh my God, my dick and heart are gonna explode at the same time. Feels like your eyes are bugging out. Like, you know that feeling you get when you feel like you're going to fall out of a roller coaster? You come that hard.
Okay. I don't know why we'd give value to that fetus.
I really wish your mother hadn't given value to your fetus, Harry. I wish your mother would have played by your rules. That would have been great.
We don't know her situation. Maybe she was in a great place. Maybe he was the beginning of the end.
Right.
Because you were once a fetus, so was I. Everyone was. It will turn into something beautiful. It could.
So, like, there's potential in everything. So when you
great debating skills, Harry. So, I know you are, but what am I? Fucking Harry. By the way, this is what Harry Sisson you get when he's not being paid and when he's not being pumped full of his talking points.
You get so.
I mean, whatever. Like, I even fucking care, dude. Like, I don't give a shit.
There's potential in every fetus. Well, you could also argue that there's potential that lady's life has more potential and that fetus could hamper that potential. You don't know what someone's potential is. Maybe better as a mother, maybe not better as a mother. How many people do we have to see be horrible moms to think, hey, maybe not all of you are cut out for it?
Yeah, maybe we're dodging a bullet here. You hate to say that, but like, just looking at you, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe we're dodging a bullet. By the way, I heard a rumor this morning. Somebody left a comment on one of our YouTube videos this morning that Revenge of the Cis got their YouTube channel back.
Well, good for them.
Is that true? If that's true, good for those guys. I know Royce isn't the biggest Steel Toe fan, but I certainly don't want. Oh, I know. I fucking know why our numbers are down today.
Why?
Guess who's live right now?
Revenge of the Cis.
Cunt fucking Meme Copium.
Oh.
Every time Meme Copium goes live, we have a shared audience. And whenever Meme Copium goes live, our numbers that day are about 100 to 150 lower than what they usually are.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, guys, but we still got to knock out that goal.
So we're around 800 right now. We're around 1,000, and Meme Copium's on. I'm like, that checks out. That checks out. Then he cuts the audience right in half. So we're at 800. He's at like 880. It's like, hey, motherfucker, work with me here. Work with me here. Thank you guys very much. 225. away from today's goal. We do need a little bit of a rally here. I feel like I've been pretty lenient on the begging and the asking today, and we've been giving you your content. Holy shit, we're already 2.5 hours into today's show. We're not doing great. 225 away, that's a lot. Let's make it more like yesterday. Throw in your 5s, your 10s, your 15s, your 20s. Doesn't take much. A bunch of you do it. It goes pretty quick. So throw in, click that Streamlabs link, the PayPal link, Steel Toe Media Inc. on Venmo, Rumble, YouTube. Throw a couple bucks at Steel Toe and just keep us on the air. We appreciate you guys doing that for us. And make it so it doesn't look like Johnny's the problem. Because yesterday we made a fuckload of money when we told him not to come in. And now today you guys are making him feel like shit.
Yeah.
So way to go. Way to go.
It's all my fault.
I'm trying to do a Johnny Griff today. And you guys are fucking it up. How dare you? How dare you? The Simpsons. I don't know why The Simpsons change anything, because it always seems like when The Simpsons change something, people either get really fucking pissed and think it's stupid, or they end up just changing it back anyway. Like, you've been around for 35 years or so. Just fucking keep it that way.
Just leave it alone.
Just leave it alone. 35 years. Like, everybody who loves The Simpsons is in about their 50s at this point. People in their 30s are typically South Park people. People in their 20s like Family Guy because they don't have a sense of humor yet. So when it comes to The Simpsons, they did the Apu thing. Remember that?
Yeah, everyone got pissed off because they changed Apu because it was insensitive that a man owned a business.
Yeah, Hank Azaria did a character that was really, really funny and also a really, really, like, good guy. And, like, he was one of the baby faces in The Simpsons. But it was an Indian man who owned a convenience store, because that never happens. And one guy got pissed and made a fucking YouTube quality documentary about it. And then The Simpsons went, oh, okay, we'll change it. Nobody was asking for it. Nobody
Hank
would have.
Azaria went out and apologized. I'm so sorry for being insensitive.
Oh,
like,
dude, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. Hank Azaria
bending over for that one is the one that, like, dude, you took the fucking money. So don't fucking like, oh, I'm so sorry. But like, hey, man, I played a character. I have no regrets. I like the character.
Hank Azaria, who's fucking great in everything he does. Everything he's ever done is great. And, like, likable guy, always, nobody has a bad word to say about him. To watch him come out and just be a bitch. To watch him come out and just suck PC dick like that, really. I remember that, and I'm just like, oh, Hank, don't. Like, I know he can't control The Simpsons saying, Hank, we're making a change. We're not going to have you do this character. That's fine.
Right.
Hank Azaria does 500 other characters on that show. He'll be fine. But, like, to watch him come out and go, I'm sorry I hurt anybody. Hank, you didn't. That's what bothers me about this shit. The guy who made that documentary, The Problem with Apu, just needed content for a documentary. He just wanted to get some clicks and some views. And now you got Hank Azaria going, I'm sorry if I made anybody feel bad. Literally 0 people were feeling bad about you being Apu. Nobody gave a shit. Well, now, I think you remember a few months ago, The Simpsons said, we're not going to have Homer strangling Bart anymore.
Why?
Because it's child abuse, and that's wrong. You shouldn't be doing a thing where you strangle kids.
All right, so are we going to have it so the kid... So is Bart going to be a well-mannered, good-behaved, straight-A student? Because I'm sorry, Bart's kind of not a role model either.
Bart's a cunt.
Yeah, Bart's kind of an asshole who does things that gets him to the point where his dad wants to effing strangle him. Again, I don't know if people realize this. Homer Simpson doing that is like the visual, like, cathartic release for parents. You're like, yeah, sometimes I just wish I could just, what are you thinking?
Right.
But they don't actually do it. So they watch someone live out their fantasy for 2 seconds in a cartoon. Oh, no.
Fucking.
Why did you beat your son? I learned it by watching The Simpsons.
It's the one thing that made people empathetic towards Homer.
Is that he eventually had a breaking point with Bart.
By the way, Toad Climbs Mountains with $15 over on PayPal. Zenman Builds with $5 over on Rumble. Says, rally up, chip it away. Johnny's the problem, New Boot Goofing. Yes. 205 away from today. Guys, keep her going. Let's get her down to 100. by 9 o'clock. That would be great. So, look, Toad and Zen Man coming in with 15 and 5 respectively. I think if you guys keep that little pace up, we'll be fine. We'll be fine. So now the Simpsons with the Bart with the Homer strangling Bart thing. Matt Groening has now said, hey, we're bringing it back and ending the bit was a mistake. It's like, then fucking stop to begin with. Stop dicking around with shit. The Apu thing pissed way more people off than liked it. You ended the Homer strangling Bart moratorium barely before it got started and said it was a mistake. So maybe taking things that people really love about a show and shitting all over them and getting rid of them is the mistake. And you know what you can do, Matt? You can just stop doing it.
You can just move on and do your own thing.
You can just keep doing The Simpsons. The show is too old to change. It's not like you're going to change The Simpsons and then it's going to catch a whole new audience and become like viral overnight again. The Simpsons has its audience. It loves the show. It watches all the time. The only thing that's kind of rebirthed The Simpsons in the last 10 years has been the them predicting shit meme.
Yeah, and them getting it right.
Yeah, that's kind of helped them a little bit. But otherwise, it's just the people that they have, the fans that they have, they're loyal, they love the show, they want to see Apu, they want to see Homer strangle Bart. All these things are very funny to them. But
yeah, I don't know the last time I've made an effort to actually watch The Simpsons.
And especially with like South Park being like passing The Simpsons in edginess decades ago. The last thing The Simpsons needs to do is get safer. You know, the Simpsons now seem like...
Well, fuck, The Simpsons started taking a backseat when Family Guy started getting big and came out right behind them. Because Family Guy, in a way, was edgier, if you will. But then South Park, again, beat them out endlessly.
South Park, I love the... I love the story that Penn Jillette tells. He's good friends with Matt and Trey. And he had dinner with Matt and Trey one night, and he told them they were doing the show Bullshit on Showtime, which if you've never seen that show, it's so
the best show
good.
Ever.
It's one of the best shows that was ever made.
If you get a Showtime subscription, you got to look that show up.
Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just checking. A text I got.
Am I still? I suck still. God damn it! We gotta get this.
No, I was checking. I was checking a text from SP. I was being a bit of a little boy. Sorry.
Okay.
I was being a bit of a little boy. I was reading a text from my lady, as she told me what she thought.
Bit of a bitch.
She left for the day.
You're being a.
She took off. She grabbed her money from the end table, and she headed out. I love how I'm so afraid.
INS got here.
I love how I'm so afraid of being affectionate and a decent guy that when I do a sweet thing, I go, all right, now call her a prostitute. Fucking bastard. So anyway, but like Penn Jillette told this story about how he had dinner with Matt and Trey. And he told Matt and Trey would do this all the time to him. They would talk about the lawyers that the show Bullshit had. Mm-hmm. And the things they wouldn't let him do. And one of my favorite things that I've ever heard Penn Jillette say is he goes, the legal staff for Bullshit was so much fun to deal with. He goes, usually legal is terrible to deal with because they're trying to avoid lawsuits. So they stop you from saying certain things. But he said on Bullshit, we swore so much that like the lawyers could come to us and say, in this part, you call this guy a liar. Liar is actionable. Could you call him a motherfucker? And Penn would be like, yeah, I guess. So instead of like liar or swindler or scam artist, he would say, and this motherfucker, and it would be fine. You could do that.
Okay.
But there was one episode they wanted to do Scientology. And what do you think the Showtime legal department said?
No.
Fucking no way, because Scientology is remarkably litigious. They sue for anything. So Penn Jillette told Matt and Trey that they couldn't. So Matt and Trey, remember they did the Scientology shit and it made Chef quit the show?
Right.
And then they had to
turn
Chef
they ended up making
into
a musical because of it.
Well, they turned him into a pedo and then killed him.
Yeah.
So In the Scientology, they do this Scientology episode, and it causes all this controversy, and people are like, wow, that's incredible. Matt and Trey, what inspired you to do this Scientology episode? And Trey said, oh, Penn said him and Teller couldn't do one, so we wanted to do it to fuck with him. So South Park's whole thing, like, South Park's looked at as this edgy show, like, whoa, where do these guys get this shit? And it was literally Trey fucking with his friend.
Yeah, just like, oh, they said he couldn't do this? Well, I'm going to do it.
Yeah. I mean, Matt and Trey showed Muhammad, for fuck's sake. And remember, it was Comedy Central that blurred him out.
Yep.
Because they were like, what are you guys, trying to get killed? And Trey and Matt were like, I mean, kind of. I mean, it'd be interesting to see what they did. Coltrane with $1 says maybe they'll be okay with Homer aborting Bart instead. Well, yeah, I mean, that would be totally fine. Thank you to Wildcard with $5 over on
Thank you.
PayPal. All right, guys, even 200 away from today. Like I said, let's get down to a hundo by 9 o'clock, and let's make this thing a winnable day. I think we're getting there. Keep those 5, 10s, and 15s coming. I appreciate it. So the Simpsons are now bringing back the strangling Bart thing, and like I said, just stop removing shit. I mean, to me, the Simpsons are not on borrowed time, but you know what I mean? Like, every day the Simpsons
They've got their audience.
It's a bonus.
It's a crop, and those plants aren't making anything more. So when one goes down, it doesn't come back.
Right. I have I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going to pee real quick. I have breaking P. Diddy news.
Oh,
that
you're about to be breaking P. Diddy news.
I'm going to go P. Diddy real quick.
Okay.
And this was Pacific time, so that would be 2 hours. Okay. This was yesterday. This came out. Why am I not hearing more about this? Holy shit. We've got some breaking P. Diddy news that it is going to take this thing from, look what P. Diddy did, to fuck P. Diddy. If this is true, I want him buried.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. We're going to get to that in just a little bit.
Did have Biggie killed. I fucking knew it.
It's so much worse than killing Biggie. Like, so much worse. This is like, let's put it this way. Patrick Melton's a P. Diddy fan. Let's put it that way. Johnny, you take over for a little bit. I'm going to be right back.
We're
going to dig
a horrible
into this
thing that'll turn into a term.
Throw us a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. We're $200 away. Knock it out for us. Thank you for being so supportive of our program.
If that ends up being true, people end up calling people P. Diddy F-files. That's not okay. That's not okay. All right. From the 5 minutes I listened yesterday. Oh, Jesus Christ. Why you want to wring anybody's neck, man? It's just a fun show. Patrick is not P. Diddy. That is not P. Diddy. I don't know what you're trying to associate there, bigot, on social media. We don't have any of that going on. Speaking of things that are going on, though, I will be doing my show this afternoon. I will be returning. I'm not rolling the egg chair in. Just not. We'll talk about that later on my show or whatever. But we're going to have a fun time. We'll get news and fresh stuff from all the internet to talk about, and then just kind of goof around on it for the day. Other than that, I don't think a whole lot's going on with my show. I'll be oh wait, I'm not supposed to prove that. So yeah, I have my regular weekend stuff, and then we have our shows this evening, tomorrow evening, and Friday. So
who has shows this evening?
Me. I'm doing a show this evening, tomorrow evening, and Friday, like usual. I'm getting back to broadcasting.
Evening?
I didn't do a
you
show
mean this
yesterday.
Afternoon?
Yeah, this afternoon. Sorry.
Is 2 o'clock the evening now? I know it gets dark.
I don't know. It
earlier.
feels like it because it gets dark.
Fuck, man.
I end in the evening. I end at 5:30.
Well, I suppose. Yeah, that is the evening. All right, fair enough. All right, so the P. Diddy thing. I just don't understand. I should have heard of this. Diddy allegedly essayed a 9-year-old boy.
Oh.
According to one of the accusers. Diddy is about to be hit with lawsuits for essay and abuse, and a Houston-based law firm representing 120 accusers is telling some of their stories for the first time, including allegations that Diddy essayed a 9-year-old boy. Fuck him, nail him to the wall if this is true. Like, stop. I mean, this would be the day that the P. Diddy story stops being funny or jokey or, hey, they found baby oil and blah, 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 and all that shit. Kill him. Put him away. If that's the case. Like, the P. Diddy.
That's not... Well, now we understand what happened to Justin Bieber.
I mean, it was funny 2 days ago, but it might be. Who knows now? Anybody want to talk to Justin Bieber? Anybody want to? Do you think he's been called in for questioning?
Anybody want to talk to his wife or maybe his father-in-law? What's Stephen Baldwin saying lately? Have you seen that clip?
No.
The fucking freak video that Stephen Baldwin put out after all this
about
Diddy
P.
stuff?
Diddy?
No, he didn't. It was just a weird cryptic video after P. Diddy got arrested that Stephen Baldwin just put out there. It was on X.
Stephen Baldwin Diddy. Justin Bieber's father-in-law, Stephen Baldwin, posted a video on Instagram. Okay. Let's check this out.
Not X, it was Instagram.
Let's see this.
This is a comment about some of the comments, which I rarely comment, but since some folks have chosen to be obviously demonic, therefore it's not their fault. So I'm here just to share a beautiful message of hope, unconditional love, and peace. To all of the haters out there, God bless you. Pray for your enemies. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you.
You're a Baldwin. Stop living by the fucking airport. Why does it sound like 9/11 outside your house, dude?
And remember, when I see you on the street, if you slap me in the face, I will turn the other cheek. But if I feel that second cheek stinging, you better run.
The fuck is wrong with the Baldwins?
So many things, but yeah, I'm trying to find the video that I'm looking for that I was commenting on a while ago. I'm finding.
Oh, this is from okay. What I played was from March 25th.
Yeah, the one that I'm talking about came out.
This is August. I got one from August 23rd, September 23rd. Oh no, this is Jamie. This is Jamie Kennedy.
Okay. Shit.
No, I don't have another Stephen Baldwin video. That's it. That's all I got. I just like. They might want to talk to everybody. I mean, didn't Diddy have Leo DiCaprio at his parties? Like, when did Leo start coming to his parties?
Yeah, there's a good question.
Because was Leo now 50?
Yeah,
I don't think Diddy. I don't think Diddy
he trades all of his in.
It's true.
All right,
let's play this clip here. 40. This is of the accusers talking about P. Diddy.
Let me share with you a few, just kind of give you a sense of the kind of cases and the kind of instances that people are calling and reporting that we are trying to corroborate, vet, and these are the ones that we've already corroborated, vetted, and collected evidence on. This individual, who was 9 years old at the time, was taken to a audition in New York City with Bad Boy Records.
Oh, shit.
Other boys were there to audition as well. All of them were trying to land a record deal. All of them were minors. This individual was sexually abused, allegedly by Sean Combs and several other people at the studio.
What is it about these industries that draws these people? It's maddening. Hollywood producers, Nickelodeon, the music business. It's just, how are they drawn to it? Because there's too many of them. When you talk about like how many people in the general population do that to children versus what percentage of them do it in the arts and entertainment, what the fuck is going on? Like, how long until we have to make an age limit for acting and singing because it's detrimental to the health of a minor?
It's not the acting and singing that's detrimental to the health of the minor. It's the producers and the director.
Yeah, it's Dan Schneider and Diddy.
In the promise to both his parents and to him himself of getting a record deal. Another instance, another minor, told allegedly by Sean Combs that he would make him a star, but he needed to visit with him in private about it, away from his parents. Once they were in a private area, allegedly Mr. Combs made the victim perform oral sex upon him. Another incident.
The wrong bad boy artist got shot.
Yep.
An individual 15 years old at the time, flown to New York City to attend a party, was drugged, and then taken into a private room, allegedly in the presence of Mr. Combs, where this female individual, minor, was raped, and then other individuals took turns raping her.
Okay, we can fuck the bail. We can
Raise
be done
aboard
with that
retirement plan time.
Yeah, we can be done with the bail. Some people writing in the chat like, oh, this is what they're going to do. They're going to demonize Diddy, then they're going to kill him, dehumanize him, kill him in prison, then no one cares since you said he F's kids. Yeah, but if it's true, I don't care if they kill him in prison anyway.
If he really did F kids.
Yeah.
Oh, I found the video. It might not have been specifically linked to Diddy. It came out on 9/22.
That's fine then. That's if it's not specifically linked to Diddy. It's just
he doesn't mention Diddy by name or
it's
anything.
just
He
another
acts really weird and cryptic.
Yeah,
it just
weird.
came out weirdly after Diddy first got arrested, and he says a lot of stuff about like consequences coming, but he doesn't really specifically talk about it. It's just weird, like a weird guy speaking in a closet.
The fucking Baldwins are weirdos. That's all.
Yeah.
The Papa Shop says we're going to start calling Patrick P. Melty. You know what? That might be the way to go. Approachable says I'm broke as fuck, but don't worry, guys. I will pay the supply of the rope. Yeah, right. By the way, $200 away from today. Let's go ahead and work on knocking that out. We are at about 9 o'clock, so we're considerably behind, but I think we're one rally away from being back in the game. You guys gave us such a great day yesterday, and you knocked out the evening show tonight already. We just got this one and tomorrow morning. I really appreciate it. If you guys could dig deep, rally up, knock out that 200, work towards knocking out that 200 in the next hour here, and give us another win today. I got to get away from the fucking P. Diddy shit. That just skeezes me out. And if
that's one of those where I don't want to hear that. I never would have thought I was going to hear that. I don't like when you say someone's arrested for like sex trafficking and stuff. You're like, okay, so they're obviously accused of some pretty heinous stuff. And then you add this on top. You're like, all right, no. Yeah. I was making jokes before, but now this is a real piece of trash we have here. If true.
Lost Chaos Synthesizer says, yeah, Aaron, why would you want Diddy to name the names of all the people he provided kids to abuse? That's not important. That's a good point. Yeah, maybe we got to keep him alive so he can rat everybody out.
Yeah.
That's a good point, Lost Chaos.
Let's hear about all the other record executives. Record or record executives that
both
that
of them.
involved.
I'd like to hear from both of them. The record executives and the recutives. There's no harm in listening.
Well,
to
the recutives are the ones that get to your asshole.
Recutives were one of my favorite G-Unit spin-off groups back in the day. Speaking of artists, here's one that I don't think has ever fucked a kid. Which, by the way, is becoming it's becoming a shorter and shorter list these days. But Frankie Valli. A lot of people didn't know this. Frankie Valli's still alive and still performing. 90 years old. What do you think, you Frankie Valli? Some kind of a big shot? Well, there's this thing that happens when these artists get to a certain age where people start to look around and they go, is somebody making them do this?
Oh, no.
Yeah, like, why can't this person just retire? Why can't they be allowed to just stop? In one of the greatest stand-up comedy specials of all time, Beer Hall Putsch, Doug Stanhope's, I think, his best special ever. He talked about a story where he went to meet Jake LaMotta, Raging Bull, former middleweight champion of the world. Went to go meet him, and he was 90-some years old. In fact, is that
Jake, bit available?
Is Jake still kicking?
Oh, never mind. I thought you were going to...
Oh, no.
Okay. Early life history.
He died at 95, 7 years ago. Okay. But they had Jake LaMotta performing pretty much up until his death. Like he was doing... he wasn't boxing. he was doing like stand-up or one-man shows. And Doug Stanhope told this story about how Jake LaMotta was like clearly riddled with brain damage. And like he could barely communicate with people. And his wife at the time, his younger wife, just kept putting him out there to perform.
So she could get money?
Yeah, so she could squeeze some money out of the old Raging Bull. This is the clip. Here, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Let's do this one.
There's a boxer and a fighter by his, and you're like, oh God. And then they plot the champ out on the other side of this thing. That's no idea. Oh, watching all in my house. And this whole is pepper the script with some one-liners and some shadow boxing. So occasionally he stands up. Have fun. I'm not diabetes. Which is not a bad line for a fucking 91-year-old boxer. Forget he already did the line. So moments later.
So he pulls the Nick Rekieta anime sucks Cope and Sneed and reads it 15 fucking times. Nick Rekieta and Jake LaMotta at 92 had the same amount of brain damage.
He stands back up in the middle of a song. And they have to come out. They can't stage whisper to him because he's deaf as a stump. So they physically have to come out and push that out in his what? Wait until the end of the number and then do the
So that is clearly a sign of a guy who's so fucking old he shouldn't be on the stage, but people are forcing him to be out there. Well, they've started this rumor now about Frankie Valli.
They said the same thing about Bruce Willis at first, too.
And we learned that he has aphasia, he has dementia, what we learned is Bruce Willis knew he had it, and he was trying to just
fucking fill the piggy bank first.
Just fill the piggy bank as much as he can and make as many movies as he can before he physically was unable to perform anymore. And so now with Frankie Valli at 90 years old, people are now accusing his family of putting Frankie Valli out there to perform at 90 when he should be at home, retired. Well, it got so bad that Frankie Valli himself, now imagine how shitty this must feel. You're 90 years old, you're still out there performing, you feel good about performing, but people are looking at you as a pity case and going, Frankie, blink once if you need help. Frankie Valli had to come out himself and address it and say, no, I want to keep singing on stage, which means that the people who think Frankie Valli is being used are going, are you sure, Frankie? Because you look like shit. So you're Frankie Valli, you're 90, you wake up every day feeling good about yourself. I'm still working, I'm still contributing, I'm still entertaining people.
Fuck that, dude. Someone's forcing you to do that shit.
I'm still useful. And people go, Frankie, quit fucking lying. You're older than dog shit. You look like hell, and somebody's forcing you to do this. We're taking you away. Let's judge for ourselves. Let's watch a modern-day Frankie Valli performance and see how he's doing. He's not. That's a track, isn't it? I don't think Frankie's actually singing.
Hard to tell from this video, but I don't know if that's him singing.
Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. Frankie Valli and the Four Seasons. That was the name of the band. Johnny, something tells me these are not the original Four Seasons members.
No, it looks like a new season is dawned for each of them.
my God. So the Four Seasons do all the work.
And he just comes in once in a while.
Frankie just stands there in a glittery jacket and just stares. Oh, my God. I can see how people think that he doesn't want to do this.
Yeah, he does kind of look like someone forced Gollum into a wagon on the stage.
He looks fucking terrible. He looks like the Doug Stanhope example of Jake LaMotta. Of just standing up and staring at everyone. I don't think he's singing.
No, I don't think he is.
Dustin Hoffman could play End Stage's Frankie Valli, though, in the movie. Him or Pacino. You know what the saddest part about a Frankie Valli show is that they have to geld all of these singers before they can perform with him.
I'm more worried.
They have to cut
I'm
off.
more worried that the gelding part is funny. I'm more worried that the lights are going to give Grandpa a seizure. You guys can't be flashing those things behind him too much. If he looks back one time and he's going to fall over.
I ask you, how will you be able to tell?
What?
That he had a seizure. I think he's just going to stand there and shake no matter what. Frankie Valli sparked a public wave of worry after appearing disoriented and frail during a recent gig. He's fucking 90. But he's clapping back. Well, not too hard. He'll break his hands. Insisting nobody's twisting his arm to perform, and he's on stage by choice, he said with a odd barrel-shaped object pointed at his temple. The 90-year-old icon's clearly fed up with the online chatter, even facing accusations of elder abuse against his team. But he's setting the record straight. It's all him, and he feels blessed. He's still in the game and doing what he loves at his age. I mean,
according to his representative.
Right? Yeah, right. But is he doing it? Like, we just watched the clips. It doesn't look like he's
not
doing
really
it.
doing it. Just I feel like Grandpa's just coming out on stage and standing there. Only unlike Joe Biden, he doesn't care if he shits his pants, and quite frankly, he probably makes more money.
He told people the accusations crack him up, especially his hips, reiterating on his own terms, quote, "Nobody has ever made me do anything I didn't want to do. It's not like I auditioned for Bad Boy Records." No. Frankie's all about that Four Seasons magic, saying as long as the fans keep showing up, he's in it for the long haul, promising to be like, quote, "that bunny on TV that just keeps going and going and going, chasing the music." So he's too old to even know what the Energizer Bunny is.
Somehow he was at P. Diddy's freak-offs.
Hey, the rabbit that's on TV with the drums. There's been a huge concern for Frankie, with some videos showing him appearing to lip sync to his own music on stage.
I just can't believe you're telling me a 90-year-old doesn't have the bags and the pipes to
the hell you say
pitch it out all night long.
Fans have been commenting about how exhausted he looks. I mean, you be 90. But the music legends made it clear he's not backing down. He's full steam ahead with his tour running all the way through April of next year. Oh, my God. How is that going to hold up for like another week? Let alone, 8 more months? Jesus Christ.
I mean, those tickets are like the worst form of a Deadpool ever. Like, you buy them, and you're like, now do I actually get a show?
Triple N says, he did not make that Diddy joke. That was a rep. That was me. No, nobody, I can confirm nobody from the Valley camp made that Diddy joke. Thank you, Trucker 18-Wheeler, for the $3. Very nice of you. All right, guys, it's time to fucking go after it. We have an hour left, and we are $200 away from this morning's goal. We have no goal tonight. We are $200 away from this morning, so let's rally up. We are not going to be able to go into the final 5 minutes trailing by $200 and have a shot in hell of having a successful day today. I'm proud of today.
Knock it out, guys.
I'm proud of today's show. I'm happy with the show we've done today. But we did a great job yesterday, and you guys are going to make Johnny feel like shit, like he's the problem, and he's a failure, and he's a big piece of shit. Johnny, let me keep going. And that Johnny's fucking terrible and garbage, and you're going to make him not even want to do his own show today because you're $200 short after a day. You fucking went ape shit.
I mean, I won't want to do my show, but I don't have an option. I have to do my show.
Right.
I mean, obviously, I'm not making money here. I got to do it on mine.
Exactly. He can't draw money on Steel Toe because you guys think he's a piece of shit. So he's going to have to do it.
I didn't realize I sucked so bad.
Marble Arms becoming a monthly supporter on Rumble. Thank you very much, buddy. That's going to put us at $195. So now we've broken through the $200 threshold. Let's keep dropping it down. Everybody click the PayPal, click the Venmo, click the Super Chats, click the Rumble Rants, and let's get it going. And let's make sure we get another win for the Toe. And more importantly, another win for Johnny. For Johnny, man. For Johnny. Whoopi Goldberg said something very interesting on The View yesterday. And I know that's going to surprise the shit out of you. But she did. Whoopi Goldberg said something about Hollywood that's going to make your jaw hit the floor. I don't know.
Guess it's full of Jews.
More shocking than that. This is when I say it's going to be shocking, it's going to be really fucking bad.
Sister Act 4 is in production.
Whoopi Goldberg is about to blow the lid off of Hollywood like you've never seen before. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you The View saying the quiet part out loud about the entertainment capital of the United States. Of course, we have to get an ad first. Speaking of ads, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. For All Care Towing of St. Cloud, our friends at All Care have the trucks and wreckers small enough to take your motorcycles, big enough to take your heavy-duty equipment. That is All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Cheetos and the gang. Great place to go to watch the Vikings game this Sunday. It's an early one. It's in London, so it's going to be at 8:30. Go get a Bloody Mary. Wake your ass up. Watch the Vikings game at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Enjoy that patio while we've still got another nice weekend. And enjoy the live music on the weekends as well.
After the Vikings lose, you'll have to give a Bloody Mary.
That's Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. And Midland Armory. Go to midlandarmory.com. Check out their optics, their parts, their gear, everything they have. Ask them all your questions you have about self-defense, about hunting, whatever you have questions about, whatever you need. Midland Armory can help you out. That's Derek and Tracy at Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. All right, here we go. Whoopi Goldberg blowing the lid off of Hollywood. We do have an hour left. It is going to get awfully beggy. We're $195 away. We need your money. We'd like your money. We hope we've earned your money today. Throw it at us on the Streamlabs, the PayPal, the Venmo, the Super Chats, and the Rumble Rants. Thank you, guys.
Levi says he's aware of the consequences he faces over going MAGA. Take a look.
We are going to take back this country. We are going to make it great again.
Within my industry, as you can probably imagine, Hollywood is a very, very liberal town, and this very well could constitute career suicide.
So, okay. That's not necessarily true.
Which part?
Which part?
Wait, which part? Because I think he pretty much nailed it on every... You know what's funny? It's funny to watch liberals hear liberal actors watch one actor give a conservative opinion and they act like somebody just shot them in the tits. They go, oh, man. Do you know how much of your shit we swallow on a daily basis? And we just go, well, that's what they do. That's just what Hollywood is. That's their bias. You guys are so intolerant of different opinions that you hear one guy go, hey, man, fucking liberal town I live in. This might cost me some jobs. And you guys go, oh, God, what? Oh.
But it's also, by the way, her fucking shit-eating smile. Nice pause, by the way. Yep. Is perfect for this because Yeah, your frumpy face is in the middle of a huge butt because you're about to explain how that's not necessarily true. That it's either true or it's not true. Either you lose jobs again. Now, if any of you guys were to lose work because you were expressing your woke opinions, remember it's bigotry, it's hatred. Remember, The Acolyte was not canceled because everyone thought it was dog shit. It was canceled because we apparently hate lesbians raising Jedis. So
I mean,
we had to cancel it.
I hope it was canceled for that reason. They
No,
shouldn't be allowed
I
near
wish.
our men.
But there's a voice actor. There's a story I'm tracking right now because there's I'm gonna nerd on you a little hard for a second. There's an anime coming out called Devil May Cry. It's based off a very popular video game series, and is it Ralph Langdon? I forget the name of the actor. There's a voice actor who voiced the character for a while, and he's not reprising his role in the anime, and people are pissed about it, and some people are speculating it's because he, not recently, but a while ago, started being very MAGA, very pro-right, and now apparently he has, quote-unquote, retired from acting?
Voluntarily?
That's the interesting question because another voice actor, Johnny Young Bosch, is saying he's going to get him to unretire to do this role because they're making Johnny do the voice of Dante, and Johnny's actually in the game series as, you know what? Let's not worry about that. Point is, he's trying to get him to come back, so that's a big thing, and apparently he's been out for a while, and supposedly one of the reasons is he's very pro-MAGA, pro-Trump, pro-right-wing.
I can't imagine someone like, if you're making a movie, I can't imagine like Clint Eastwood makes a movie. And we all know Clint Eastwood's politics. And he would be like, I'm not letting this person in my movie. They're a lefty. Like, it just seems so foreign to me that someone would do that. But there's something inherently about being on the left side of politics that makes you far more sensitive to disagreement. And I God, for the life of me, I don't know what it is. Is it immaturity? Is it mental illness? Is it just a coincidence? I don't know. But anyway, Whoopi Goldberg's about to set this Zachary Levi straight with his Republican ways and tell the truth about Hollywood, which is what I've been waiting for years.
True. From the beginning of Hollywood, it's always been a very right-leaning town. But
right?
Do you guys not remember how big of a deal you made it when, like, they came hunting for the communists and a lot of them were in your neck of the woods? That whole blacklisting thing?
So they
Wasn't there a whole movie? Wasn't there a Trumbo movie?
Trumbo. I love Trumbo. I might watch Trumbo today. But the whole point of Trumbo was the government was afraid of communists and they were trying to root out communists in Hollywood. So the studio executives who were of a, let's just say, a certain cultural persuasion, got scared of their own money drying up, so they started just outing communists and blacklisting them from working, not allowing them to work anymore. People like John Wayne, Hedda Hopper, Ronald Reagan, a bunch of people were strong-arming and blacklisting people in Hollywood who they accused of being communists. Now, nothing wrong with being a Democrat, nothing wrong with being a liberal. Those people were all still allowed. But the communists, we were worried about the Soviet Union, obviously. You could argue that Hollywood was maybe conservative then in the fucking 50s, but I've got news for you. When it came to the communist blacklist of Hollywood, you know who ended up winning? The communists. Trumbo won. All of these people won. Oh, God, I can't remember the other screenwriter's name that won Oscars. Like the guy who they put his name on Roman Holiday at the beginning and then put Trumbo's name on it after because he really wrote it. But like all of these people, Edward G. Robinson, all of these people got their jobs back. All these people got to start working. Yes, it was really unfair what happened to them. But in the end, the communists won the blacklist battle, and Hollywood has been left-wing ever since and has never looked back. So this idea that conservatives are getting a fair shake in Hollywood and getting treated as well as people who vote lefty is laughable to me. And now, it makes sense.
John Voight?
John Voight.
Yeah.
It makes sense that this take was on The View because The View is, to me, very entertaining for the fact that they're full of bad takes. Like every day you watch The View and you go, I really need to see if it can get worse than the last one I saw. And it can. It can get much worse. They can say things like Hollywood's a right-leaning town.
I know you don't know much about the Hollywood history, so let me school you.
History, sure. Yes, the history can be a little conservative.
Are you surprised that someone who comes from, let's just say, a group of people well known to bring up history that's happened in 200 years as if it was yesterday and they're owed a bill? You're telling me this is going to be a surprise for you, that she's going to reach back to the 50s and go, look, this stuff happened in the 50s. I don't know if you know this, but I was like fucking 7 at that time.
But like you, again, I will say it again. You guys won that though. It sucked.
Yeah, but they don't count that part.
No.
Uh-oh. We are like America is. We're mixed. We're a mixed bunch. And sometimes it may seem like there's more.
Sorry, Whoopi, I keep my bloodline pure.
Democrats, and sometimes it seems like
I'm really upset that the Imholt side of my family decided to mate with those filthy fucking Swedes and Norwegians. They
who would do that?
They watered down my Hunnic blood too much, I say.
There's more.
Yeah, no one would ever do that.
Republicans, but the truth of the matter is very few people seem to bite it because they're Republican. John Voight, who is working.
Dennis Quaid.
Dennis Quaid, who is working. People are working.
Really?
Yeah. Guess what? They only got one movie, and it's Together.
When you look at the movies Dennis Quaid is doing now versus when he came out as a guy who would vote Republican, is the workload the same? Because you couldn't swing a dead cat at a movie without seeing Dennis Quaid in it before.
We were making jokes about that for the longest time. Every time we talk about person movie, we'd say Dennis Quaid. And no, not Dennis Quaid.
The joke would be Dennis Quaid's in it.
Stop that. It's more BS.
Yeah.
And it's
okay, you give me John Voight and Dennis Quaid. I give you literally everybody else. There. Everybody else.
unnecessary. Chaperone, she said she got a lot of backlash and she was overwhelming for her, and it can be. It can be. So the question they have here is a celebrity endorsement bound to piss someone off? Yes!
Yeah.
Of course it is. Because, you know, you got a 50-50 chance.
I don't know. Do celebrity endorsements on the left really piss people off? Because, like, Taylor Swift came out with hers and she was celebrated.
Yeah, Jennifer Lawrence came out with hers, and it's what an amazing person. I haven't heard of the work that they're turning away because Jennifer Lawrence came out pro Kamala Harris because she believes that reproductive rights are on the ballot, even though they're not.
Reproductive rights are on the ballot.
I'm trying to think of, it's a really short list if you want to come up with Republican people in Hollywood, because you have to come up with Republican people in California first. And I don't know if you know this or not, but there's this thing called Gavin Newsom, and it has been destroying everybody. And so, quite frankly, if you're Republican, you probably left.
Yeah, I just people are naming names now: James Woods, Kevin Sorbo, Clint Eastwood. Not everybody who just says they're Republican stops getting work.
A lot of them do. Some of them are good earners, and they can't get turned away, like Clint Eastwood.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, look, Mel Gibson is one who's very conservative, but Mel Gibson is a fucking license to print money. Nobody will ever get away with what Mel Gibson got away with. And even though Mel Gibson got away with it and he got to make Apocalypto and all these other great movies, his workload took a hit.
It wasn't until RBJ, kind of came out, or RDJ, not fuck me.
RBJ.
It wasn't until yeah.
He's not my BJ. He's not your BJ. He's our BJ.
No, but Robert Downey Jr. I meant RDJ.
Yes.
But yeah, he came out in favor of Mel Gibson getting to be accepted and forgiven for what he did too.
And because Mel helped him out. Mel was very cool to him and helped him get help when Robert Downey Jr.'s career was circling the drain. By the way, I was listening to some documentary the other day. Is it true that Mickey Rourke relapsed again and fucked up a few years ago? I thought Mickey Rourke came back and it was just his career was back and he was doing great.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fuck if I know.
I haven't been following Mickey Rourke.
Thank you very much to Joe with $20 over on Venmo, says Johnny K. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
175 away from today's goal. Not going to lie to you guys, we could use a rally still. We could use a nice little chunk here, that's for sure. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Let's have everybody get in and throw some in. We fucking crushed it yesterday. We're struggling a little bit today, but we did knock out this evening's goal last night. So that's a big something. Jack Sixes with $2 says, didn't John Voight fuck his daughter? No. You're thinking of somebody else. John Voight's daughter is, oh God, the one who was the hottest thing in the 90s and 2000s, hottest woman alive, Angelina Jolie.
Oh, fuck me running. That's right.
Yeah, John Voight is her dad. They've had a tricky relationship. Sometimes they hate each other. Sometimes they're cool. John Voight, Angelina Jolie relationship. By the early 2000s, their problems went public. In 2002, John said Angelina had serious mental problems. In response, she legally dropped Voight from her name. But they reached a détente in more recent years. In 2017, Angelina revealed they had reconnected through her kids. Oh, cool. So her and John Voight are basically all right because she's like, Grandpa needs to be around the kids.
Yeah.
That's great.
And she has to be able to, be civil around Grandpa.
Yeah, good for those two then.
See, a classic example of how we need to be able to have strong opinions but still work things out from time to time, people.
And I can understand, like, how John Voight would be a hard guy to get along with. I could see it. I could actually see Angelina Jolie and John Voight both being difficult to get along with, and they're probably a lot more similar than they think.
Dude, from what I've heard, like, story-wise, just younger and growing up and into now, like, Angelina Jolie sounds like an early version of, because, like, Angelina Jolie and, God, who was the guy that she dated? We saw him perform.
Brad Pitt?
No, we saw him performing with his band.
Billy Bob.
Yeah, Billy Bob Thornton. There we go. Billy Bob Thornton and her, like, their relationship was like an early version of the Machine Gun Kelly thing. Like, they used to carry each other's blood in vials and stuff. And I think,
they were fucking
and I
weird.
think that might have been like a phase for him or something. But I don't know. She might have.
It is weird to think of the blood around the neck era of Billy Bob, because, like, when I met him and talked to him, he couldn't be like a more just a
like
guy.
just a cool dude.
He's just a guy, Literally, I sat there for 15, 20 minutes talking to Billy Bob Thornton about baseball. He's like, yeah, I was a pitcher, and I had a great screwball. I talked to him about, like, I pitched from the age of 10 to 24. He's like, oh, really? How'd you do? Like, what leagues did you play in? I'm like, yeah, played in amateur leagues and stuff like that. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, and then we talk about, because we both pitched so long, you can't talk to anyone who pitched. If they pitch from little league to high school, they can tell you about arm injuries. And so Billy Bob's like, yeah, I screwed up the tendon in my elbow when I was 19, when I was pitching in college. I was pitching in a league, and I just fucked it up. Like, they'll all just tell you the story of exactly how it happened. And I told him,
they twisted their arm some weird fuckadoo way while you're throwing a ball.
Billy Bob, I would be like, yeah, Billy Bob, I tore my rotator cuff on my leg. Oh, man, how'd you do that? And I'd be like, I was throwing a slider, and I dropped it down and twisted, and my shoulder just went. And you go, oh, man, that sounds bad. And it's just like you want to get baseball players together and tell war stories so we can feel like bigger athletes than we actually ever were.
Yeah, I know.
That's a good way to do it. That and golf and fishing. James O'Sullivan with 199 on YouTube says, you think there are aliens and stuff for the goal?
I don't know, but we'll find out in 10 years if the James Webb Telescope is right.
Oh, really?
Yeah, according to the James Webb Telescope, like, information, like, I was looking up online, there's apparently an object, like, coming towards Earth, and it's course correcting. Be here in 10 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Good point from some people. Chris Pratt, Vince Vaughn, although he's more libertarian. Vince Vaughn ain't getting a lot of roles anymore, is he?
Yeah, name the last time you've seen Vince Vaughn.
Remember that 5-year run where a movie didn't come out without Vince Vaughn in it? And then Vince Vaughn's like, I think I'm kind of a Republican. I'm from Minnesota. He's from here, right? He didn't live here for a while. I think Vince Vaughn's from Minnesota, isn't he? He's one of us.
He might be.
Vince Vaughn.
He certainly looks like he could be from Minnesota.
Vince Vaughn may have a star on the Minnesota Walk of Fame, but technically he's barely one of us. Fuck you. Vaughn was born in Minneapolis.
Okay. Is that it?
His father, Vernon Lindsay Vaughn, worked as a salesman for a toy company. His mom was a real estate agent and stockbroker. Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me do something.
Oh, no. What are you doing?
Just let
Don't
me do it.
this.
Just let me do it.
Don't. You're going to be sad.
Yes! Vincent's Catholic mother and Protestant father raised him in both the Protestant and Catholic faith.
I mean, the celebration is a little bit of a loss more than a victory, but I get you.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Boy, the Catholic Protestant boy, when he came out as conservative, he didn't get any more movie roles. Weird. Somebody brought up Chris Pratt. Hold on a minute. You can't count Chris Pratt as a guy who was Christian and Republican and, he didn't get shunned by Hollywood. The dude's a license to print money.
Ever since he did Guardians of the Galaxy, especially, when he proved he could be cut and ripped, then yeah. 'Cause before that, he was the funny, chubby guy. And that was the big reveal with the first Guardians of the Galaxy. Was it the shower scene or whatever where they're washing all of them up and you see him for the first time? He's just got the abs and the pecs. It's like, oh, it's Chris Pratt ripped. And everyone's like, oh, my God.
Fucking roids.
It's like if you're a Hollywood actor, you can work out and take steroids and get in super great shape for a movie.
I would say this, him and Chris Evans both are the poster child for steroids. In those Marvel movies, it's like, look at...
No. The poster child for steroids is a combination picture of Chris Evans, Fantastic Four, Chris Evans, Captain America, Civil War.
That's what I mean. I mean, these guys, at least Ruffalo still looked like a schlub.
Right, but he only had to wear a green screen suit, which was actually gray, and it had all these weird lines on it and oddly accentuated your genitals. It's strange if you saw him when he was actually dressed up and working.
I'd put that in my contract. I'd be like, make my cock look big.
Well, it doesn't make your I don't know. I don't know. For you, a win's a win, I guess.
Yeah, I'd be like, make my dick look gigantic. If I'm Brolin, they're like, James, this is a CGI character you're going to be voicing. I don't give a fuck. Give him a big dick. It's my voice going on it.
Yeah, but fucking what is it? One of the ladies I was dating at one point used to talk about how one of her favorite scenes was the Civil War scene where he's holding on to the railing and he's holding on to the helicopter and he's kind of flexing to pull the two together. Yeah, she's like, oh, it's just so hot. And I'm like, yeah, steroids are awesome. And she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, where do you think he got that?
Oh, were you being jealous boyfriend guy because she thought the guy was hot and you're like, oh, fucking steroids, gay.
Yep.
You know what I'd do if I were her?
I'm not even going to apologize for it. My legs don't fucking work. She wants to rub that shit in my face? Fuck her.
Oh, Jack Sixes says, crazy how much weight Batista lost. Speaking of Roy. Oh, yeah. Have you seen Batista lately?
No. What happened to Batista?
Holy shit. He looks like cancer for this new show he's doing. Batista lost a fuckload of weight.
Is he going to look like Bane after they take the fucking plug out of the back in the... Holy Jesus Christ, what the...
He looks like a North African tribal lord.
He does look like Bane after the deflation.
Dude, fucking Dave. He couldn't come back to WWE now. Who would want to fucking wrestle Dave Batista?
He looks like RuPaul with a beard. What the fuck?
I know. Looks like he's been wearing one of those neck extenders.
Dude, how bad do those tattoos have to look if they shrank with him? They're going to be so condensed and just muddled together.
You know where, people saying it looks like Batista has AIDS. You know what Batista missed out on? You know what he could have been at his peak? What? The Mountain. If he wanted to get into acting.
That gig could have been good.
Yeah, Batista could have been the Mountain. They used 3 different guys for him anyway, didn't they? They had one guy at the beginning, then one guy in the middle, and then when they turned him into a zombie, it was a different dude too. So, could have done it. How about the Big Show as the Mountain? But you have to play his theme music every time the mountain comes in on Game of Thrones. You have to go,
Mountain.
well, it's the big show. It doesn't really fit in that era, you know?
Right.
By the way, $10 from D-Luke over on Venmo. Thank you, D-Luke. All right, guys, that puts us 165 away from today. We've still got a ways to go. Help us out. Chip in with the rest of them, with James O'Sullivan, with D-Luke, with Joe, with all these other people coming in, dropping money on the toe. Honestly, 16 of you dropping in $10? That doesn't sound like a lot. If you got 15, you got 20, do that too. Thank you guys very much. Links are in the chat, both on PayPal and on Rumble. Drop in super chats, go to PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, whatever. We got a half hour before we got to start begging you for money. Right now, we're 165 away. It can be done. If you're feeling generous, please and thank you. So yeah, to bring that all full circle, Whoopi Goldberg's full of shit. There we go.
Oh my God! How did we get on to Batista from Whoopi Goldberg?
We're just looking up actors and shit. That's all we were doing. All right, I'm going to open up the 7 o'clock hour stories. While I do, you guys feel free to rally up and throw in your 5s, your 10s, your 20s, and be very nice to this program. And, of course, make Johnny feel good because yesterday went really well and he wasn't here. So now he's going to feel left out, like he was like part of the problem or something, like you don't like him. Throw in a couple of bucks. We appreciate it. Dive Bar says, did we really need a segment to prove that Whoopi is full of shit? No, but it's fun.
And look where it led us.
Yeah.
It led us to anorexic Dave Batista, which I'm not going to get that mental image out of my head for a while.
You didn't know that Batista was skinny, did you?
Yeah, and I didn't know, like, with glasses on and that like runway photo with the suit that you showed there. Like, I didn't realize how much he kind of looks like RuPaul if you frame it right.
Remarkably trans. James O'Sullivan with another 199 says Punjabi prison match at WWE No Mercy 2007. Oh, dude, Batista in his prime was fucking gigantic. Like, Batista as Drax, by the way. Like, a lot of people in the mainstream got introduced to Batista as Drax from Guardians of the Galaxy.
He was shorter, or not shorter, but smaller there.
I was going to say, that's trimmed down Batista. If you look at when he was working with Devon Dudley as the Deacon Batista, he's fucking massive. Batista debut. Images. Yeah, like, look at the fucking size of this guy.
Dude.
Like that. That's a fucking. Look at the size of fucking Batista. I mean, gay as fuck Godsmack kind of tattoo on the belly button, but are you going to tell that guy that his tattoos are gay?
I mean, you can if you have a death wish.
Harry Sisson would in a Zoom interview.
I assume though, but people like him probably can take you telling him his tattoos are gay because he could probably walk up to you and be like, fuck you gonna do about it?
Yeah. There was one wrestler around this same time that Total Nonstop Action Wrestling, TNA, was trying to make their own Batista, and it was a British guy named Rob Terry. The only problem is he had 2 left feet and he wrestled like shit and he had no charisma.
All right. Why does that name sound familiar? Why do I feel like I've seen stuff about this guy?
They tried to make him white Batista, and it was just like, dude, it was just a big, huge, gross guy who couldn't wrestle.
TNA is the one we do with the intro in, right?
No, that was ECW. Paul Heyman and ECW.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, fuck. I knew I was confusing something.
Because a lot of those guys, they'll get into bodybuilding. And then somebody from pro wrestling will come up to them and they'll go, you can just do this for way more money. I'm like, all right. Do I really need to learn? They're like, fuck no, we'll teach you. And then they find.
You're a giant muscle-bound mongoloid-looking mofo. We'll get this little work. Oh shit, this guy can barely walk.
And then they put you in front of 16,000 people and they all boo the fuck out of him and chant, "You can't wrestle." They're like, maybe I should have stayed in the bodybuilding thing. James O'Sullivan with another 199 says, I'm praying for Johnny and the goal right now. God bless. Well, good.
Yes, God bless you.
Appreciate you praying for the goal and for Johnny. The goal, by the way, is at 160 now. Keep it up. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. We can get this thing knocked out in a half hour instead of struggling for 5 minutes. we already have tonight taken care of, so thanks in advance. Let's get it going, boys and girls.
Anything goes over, it goes towards tomorrow, which would really help me not only feel better about today, but then I feel like I'm helping when I'm not here.
Exactly.
So I've made up for my failures of yesterday.
Let's do this story out of Oklahoma. This is, like, in a weird way, it's kind of the return of To Catch a Predator. You just have to watch Nobody Likes Onions. But To Catch a Predator is a show that, like, went off the air while it was still popular. Like, people still love that kind of shit, like catching these fucking pigs in the act, you know, and like nobody's in danger, nobody's in trouble. You use a decoy, you catch the guy. Well, apparently they're doing this on like local news, and private groups are doing this now for like
people
YouTube.
have taken up the torch of catching predators.
Who's the guy on the internet now who does it? Who's Alex Rosen? Does a lot of these things. Well, in Oklahoma, the news reported on one. Let's just say this is not the kind of person you expect. You know, we all kind of think of the nerdy-looking IT guy who brings the lemon bars and the Zimas and shit.
Mm-hmm.
This, for some reason, this one's even creepier to me.
Well, guys, that's right. He's also 73 years old, and he thought he was meeting up with a teenager at a Shawnee hotel, but then Predator Prevention showed up.
See, now, to me, you have to be the most delusional motherfucker on earth to be 73 and go, yeah, I'm here to meet up with a teenage boy. Right, because a gay, promiscuous teenage boy is going, can I find some old Social Security cock? That's what I'm looking for.
You know what? I want some dick that's so experienced that it's technically past its warranty.
For a living. I'm a pharmacist.
Oklahoma Predator Prevention uses technology and digital communication platforms to talk to child predators with decoys, and then they turn them over to police when they try to meet up with underage victims. In this recent case, they met with a pharmacist at a hotel in Shawnee.
I'm here because you are here to meet a child. That is why I'm here.
Okay. Didn't know there was a child involved.
You didn't know?
He said he was 19 years old.
Oh,
it's always the same thing. Like they all said they're of age. Like what if
sir, you're 75. You shouldn't be aiming in the 20s.
I would say you shouldn't be aiming outside of the 50s, but okay.
But look, I'm just saying. I'm just saying in general. Like, oh, I said it was 19. Like, that's still at least a decade too small.
We overshot our landing field. But they always say the same thing, like, oh, he told me he was 19. It's like, have you not watched enough Dateline? These guys have your chat log, motherfucker. Like, why are we going to make this more awkward?
The only people who are allowed to use those chat logs to actually connect with people are the ones that are powerful enough to cancel a show like To Catch a Predator because they were actually produced.
That's a good point. Did To Catch a Predator get canceled because they were, they were sniffing too close to the tent?
Eventually, we're going to have to worry.
They were just making in-office phone calls, and they were like, shit, there's a lot of them.
He did? He told you that?
But founder of OPP, Russell Godwin, gave us this
me
screenshot showing the decoy told the suspect he was 15 years old, and he agreed to meet up with him anyway. The 73-year-old also showed up to the hotel armed.
Are you armed still?
What the fuck? Yeah, he's going to save it.
Yeah, dude, he's hoping to discharge a few things if everything goes right.
He was trying to get out of trouble. He goes, I wasn't here to have sex with him. I was here to kill him. Like,
I really love hunting. Oh boy.
They took it. They don't take anything. They unload it.
The suspect was taken into custody by Shawnee police, but Russell says the man first contacted his decoy over the summer, but the activity picked up recently.
And it's been full active ever since September 6th of this month. So about 3 weeks. They've been chatting every day on the texting. They had a few phone calls. Sent the picture that he sent Josh, like just a selfie photo earlier on. He was dressed in a pharmacist suit, and you could see all the pill bottle you could tell it was a pharmacy setting in the background.
Once they were in the hotel room, more concerns came up.
Once the cops got everything into evidence that they got out of there, there was 6 unidentifiable pills, and those pills were in the bathroom. In a bottle with no label on them.
I mean, he's 73. I wouldn't, probably hypertension, blood pressure.
Viagra.
Yeah, I mean, guys, at 73 years old, there might just be a lot of pills laying around just in general. nitroglycerin.
This suspect has not formally been charged yet, so we're not saying his name tonight, but he is due back in court October 10th. In Oklahoma City, Jason Berger, KOC 05 News.
I wonder how tricky that is in terms of like being able to charge someone, like if there's no actual person. You know what I mean? Like if there's like, does it get tricky for the prosecutors? Do the prosecutors kind of not dislike the people who do these sting operations?
But I mean, if you can provide the text messages,
you can show intent.
And as long as you can, if you have them on a device that you can either provide, or your device, like if it's a computer, is somehow logging them so you can like validate the time and location or whatever. If they can, I don't know what they can do to verify them, but if they can verify the validity of the texts, then yeah, I guess you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, it's, I mean, I guess this shit's been going on for long enough where they've probably figured out some laws on how to do that.
You know what? This stuff's happening so much, we better be careful. We're going to start running out of people doing this stuff. It's certainly not a problem pervasive in any entertainment industry. We haven't broken any stories today about anyone that we would have never thought would have and turned out might have. So,
yeah, that P. Diddy thing, it's like, you better get him to rat everybody out. I don't want them just taking Diddy to trial or... Oh, sorry about that. Or anything like that. I want Diddy to fucking spill. I want to know what the hell's going on. Kiff with $4.99 says Melton discussed downsizing his audio setup and also mentioned getting rid of racks and racks of other gear. Rack-mounted CP servers, ? Thoughts? I think if he were ever getting rid of anything that were like, that would lead to more criticism of that, he would do that very, very, very quietly. Thank you, James O'Sullivan, for the extra $1.99. I've got a pinned message thing here that won't go away, so I can't see what your message is.
What's the most shameful, Johnny? What's the most shameful thing you've ever done? That's really too long of a list to narrow it down in time for $1.99. So I'll come up with the most shameful thing I've ever done. Fuck, I'm still trying to think. I don't know. I'm a piece of shit, I guess.
All right, 155 away from today. Guys, let's keep rallying. Let's keep knocking this down. We are getting closer and closer. You see what 5s and 10s at a time can do? Keep it up. We appreciate it. Text message. Oh, sorry. The text message started with not for the show.
Oh, those are always fun.
They were just talking about where we can find tonight's movie for the watch along. MSO. Yeah, I was waiting for Johnny to give the same answer MSO did. What's the most embarrassing thing you've done? This show. Yeah, exactly. 155 away from today. Guys, click one of those links. Throw a few bucks at us. Let's call it a win for the toe. Let's get into, let's really knock this thing down to zero. In about 15 minutes, we got to beg you guys for money. Yesterday was great. Cannot complain about yesterday. One fucking bit. Thank you very much. The grift today is the guilt grift. Johnny wasn't here yesterday, and we crushed it. Today, we're 155 away. If you don't knock this out, Johnny's going to feel like shit. It's all his fault. We had a little moment, a little dick swinging contest between the Ruskies and the Americans yesterday as an American F-16 nearly collided with a Russian fighter over Alaskan waters. It's one of those things where we're being like fucking 9-year-olds. Not like Diddy fucking 9-year-olds. I mean, like, we're being fucking 9-year-olds. Where the Russians are, you know what we're doing? We're doing the I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. Because up by Alaska, you've got the natural border, the ocean border between the United States and Russia. And our jets fly right up to the fucking line. And then their jets fly right up to the fucking line. And we do the I'm not touching you, I'm not touching you. And then we go, oh my God, I can't believe these jets nearly collided. Well, with everybody doing their dick swinging contest, I'm surprised they haven't collided by now. Because we like to sit there and go, Russia's the bad guy. Russia's this terrible thing. Russia and us are doing the same exact thing. If those planes didn't have like markers on them, you wouldn't know who was being a dick and who wasn't.
Even still, it's hard to tell because it's over invisible lines in the sky. And you guys are both trying to like get as close as you can to your line or as far as you can over your line before we notice and then go back like it. And we're doing the same thing. So again, it's just, we're both like nose to nose here.
Here's video of the incident. Whoa! Yeah, like that's just an asshole move. It's not supposed to start a war. It's not supposed to. It's just being a cunt. It's just that Russia and the United States, we probably fly over into their airspace a little bit. They probably fly into our airspace a little bit. Just being dicks. And then each one calls the other one the bad guy.
I miss the good old days where we just used to maintain diplomatic relations with the bird, like Tom Cruise taught us.
And then, every once in a while, Russia would pretend to launch nukes at us, and we pretend to launch nukes at them. The good old days. Here's an animation of what it looked like down below here. Yeah, like just an asshole move. It's like when somebody cuts in front of you in traffic in the left lane. So you go around the right lane and you buzz right back into that left lane just in front of their bumper. Kind of one of those moves. Like we talk
with a jet.
We talk about Israel. We talk about Iran and all the shit that happened with them yesterday and how, it puts us so much closer to World War III. I wouldn't doubt if World War III starts just because a Russian and an American pilot were being fucking dumb.
Well, I mean, certainly we haven't done anything to provoke it. We haven't instigated some sort of, shadow war with a puppet nation on their doorstep to kind of be our proxy while we just sit back and say we're not doing anything but support them in the meantime.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I wouldn't. I laugh at the idea of people doing a debate of like who's the bad guy and who's the good guy, America and Russia. It's like if you look through history, there's enough fucking around going on both. So we've both been trying to taunt and tease each other into fucking conflict and proxy wars and territorial disputes and all kinds of shit. All right, let's continue on. We've only got 10 minutes until I have to start begging you guys for money. We are a long ways away. We're still 155 away. That fucking sucks. Streamlabs, PayPal, Rumble Rants. Any way you can throw us a couple of bucks, let's do that because like I said, tonight is taken care of. Yesterday we fucking crushed it. I appreciate that. We're just looking at this morning and tomorrow morning. That's all we've got for goals. And we'd appreciate it. And like I said, a couple more weeks of just knocking these out, and we're going to be in a pretty good spot. Kamala Harris has to be really careful. She might lose more of the black vote. Apparently, Charlemagne the God not happy with Kamala.
What did she do now?
Well, there was a Trump ad that came out during college football games where it accused Kamala of supporting taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners. And a lot of Kamala fans were going, oh, come on, that can't be true, blah, blah, blah. Well, Charlemagne the God from the Breakfast Club did his research, and he found out not only is it true, but he was even able to admit, he's endorsed Kamala Harris. He said, that's going to be an effective ad. Like, you might want to get out ahead of that one because that's going to fuck with
people. Look into that. That's going to catch up with you.
Yeah. Let's go to Charlemagne and hear what he has to say about it. I wouldn't say I just caught that one, DJ Envy. I wouldn't say nuts. That's the other thing that Democrats, they're playing fast and loose, and they're going to lose people with this LGBTQ and this trans shit. Black people are not like white people in general, where they feel that's not what I meant. Black people and white.
Go on, sir. You have a thread. Let's pull.
I can't say that and miss the goal. You guys have to give me money. Black people are not like white people in that they feel guilty or they tiptoe around the trans and the LGBTQ issue. They're going to tell you exactly how they feel. Like white people here, Kamala Harris is for transitioning, taxpayer dollars going to transitioning prison inmates. And white people will go, well, I really don't think that that's a very good expenditure of our tax dollars. And it's, nothing against trans people. It's just about my tax money. Whereas black people here and they'll go, oh, hell no, we ain't doing that shit. And then a politician will be like, well, it's making you sound transphobic. You're like, I don't give a fuck. Don't take my money and cut somebody's dick off in prison with it. You want to get your
Can we
dick-
meet halfway? Hold on. You've got an almost decent idea here. Let's just shift gears. How about instead of gender transitioning, but what we do is taxpayer funded eunuch surgeries for offenders.
Oh, okay. Well,
you can't use your weapon anymore. As Bruce Willis once said, I took away his weapons, both of them.
Well, let's continue with Charlemagne here. He thinks that Kamala may have fucked up a bit.
That ad was effective. Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners.
Surgery.
For prisoners.
For prisoners.
She's talking to a trans person. It's like, how are you not for that in front of a trans person? See, like Charlemagne would be like, ew, fucking gross, no way. And that trans reporter would be like, why are you talking like that? Man, motherfucker, why are you talking like that?
Transgender inmate in the prison system would have access.
It's hard to believe, but it's true. Even the liberal media was shocked Kamala supports taxpayer-funded sex changes for prisoners and illegal aliens.
Every transgender inmate would have access.
Kamala's for they, them. President Trump is for you.
Oh, shit. That is a good ad. Oh, they know who they're talking to with that one.
Yeah, I'm sure that one's going to get a lot of real undecideds over.
They're talking to Pennsylvania. They're talking to Michigan. They're talking to Wisconsin. They're talking to Arizona with that ad, for sure.
Donald J. Trump, and I approve this message.
I kind of feel bad for black people on this one because they're watching in real time as they find out that the Democratic Party really doesn't give a fuck about them. But then you also have to go, hey, guys, I have really bad news.
Were you paying attention?
The Republican Party really doesn't give a fuck about you either.
Yeah, but they're open about it at least.
Yeah, right. Like, you guys,
they're not going to lie about it. This is one of the things where I don't feel bad so much when this waking up happens. It's like you were completely fine to sit down and keep your mouth shut when you were the one getting all the benefits of everything.
Yeah.
But then when they started putting stuff you don't like in here, now all of a sudden like, oh, well, hey, wait a minute. I don't want my tax dollars going to this. I don't want my tax dollars going to that.
The Democrats...
When people started saying they didn't want their tax dollars going to social service programs to help communities that they don't actually are a part of, like, say, urban communities being helped by rural communities they're not a part of through the state. People disagreed with it. That was
you're learning the cost of buying votes. The problem is you've either got to change things for these people for the better, or you got to keep paying. You got to keep buying the votes. And when you stop buying the votes for a little while and you stop giving that a certain group attention, they might turn on you. Shows to find like guy talk. Like everyone else now,
you're not allowed to do it if you're a white guy. Then you're part of the problem, and you're perpetuating misogyny, and
that's just it. It's like if you want to, hey man, I want to hear guys be guys and say shit that might get you fucked up and get you in trouble. And it's like, oh, then you got to go watch black people talk because
hey, white guys, are you tired of being told you're the problem?
But
you considered voting for Harris?
Even if you watch like a Colin Cowherd or a Dan Patrick or sports talk guys, those used to be like the dudes, right? They're even they're tiptoeing around the social stuff and everything like that. And you turn on Charlemagne the God and he's like, damn, I said I'm voting for Harris, but that trans shit is freaky deaky as fuck, motherfucker. It's like, they'll just come out and say the shit that like, as a white guy, you look at him and you're like, how much trouble I would be in immediately if I said something like that. Like, some people get mad. They're like, there's a fucking double standard. I'm glad there's a double standard. I'm glad somebody gets to get away with saying this shit.
I'm glad there's a double standard from that end. But the thing that I don't like is that there's a double standard on that end. And then at the same rate, I'm supposed to act like, there's a double standard everywhere else. And we've been so bereft for all this stuff. It's like, yeah, let's not act like it's all bad for you. You get some stuff. Like, come on.
Oh, they get to, I mean, I could see any morning show in America, in any market, and it's a couple of white guys, and they're talking about that ad. They're either gone the next day or they're suspended. One of the two. All right, guys, I'm going to spend, we got 7 minutes left in the show. It's not enough time to really get a new thing started. So I'm going to see if we can earn that 30 minutes of overtime, and I'm going to root you along to throw us some money here in the next 7 minutes. We are 155 away. It has been slow going on today's program. PayPal and Venmo is the best way to do it. There's barely any percentages taken off of it. But if you could do YouTube, if you could do Rumble, we're a long ways away. A miss really sucks, and we may have to go to the evening show audience to try and get this one today, unless you guys are really feeling like being generous. I don't know if we fell short for you today. I don't know if the show wasn't very good. Whatever the case, honestly, if we don't meet the goal, please tell me what you need more of. Please tell me what you'd be willing to pay for. I would appreciate that, because we certainly can't keep missing. Like, we missed on Monday, but thank God the Tuesday morning audience covered that. We appreciate it. But I'm not kidding when I say we can't miss. And if we do miss, we have to make it up somewhere. We are running at the very plastic tips of our shoestrings at the moment. So please contribute, chip into the show. I got to pay these guys, and obviously, and I need more Trump impersonations, says Dive Bar. Mr. Beat says, I blame Citizen M. We want girls on trampolines, says MSO. Well, we're 155 away right now, guys, and we've got 5.5 minutes to go, and we've got no money coming in. This is a bad omen. This is bad news. These are pity donations today, because we're over 150 away with about 5 minutes to go. So we need your money. We need it to keep going. We need it to keep the show on the air. So please contribute to the program right now. Don't wait. We don't have time to wait. We need everybody to throw in a little bit and knock this thing out. Honestly, if a lot of you are just throwing a little bit, it helps a lot. If some of you could throw a lot, it would take a lot of the stress and pressure off. It is very stressful going into this part of the show. 155 away, 5 minutes left, and no rally has started yet. Again, please, guys, Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, Venmo. Make me feel like we've got a chance to even hit this today. Let's start getting in there. I've spammed the chat. It's all there. Rumble won't let me send anymore for a couple of minutes. And there we go. 155 away, guys. Let's do it.
Let's do this.
It is. I've noticed. I've definitely noticed. It's taking longer and longer into shows, except for like yesterday and except for other days, where we've gone on really awesome runs to make up for shit. But there's been a lot more shows where I've been like, we'll bend the rules of overtime because I need the money and I need to keep our show going and keep our guys staying here. 150 away. Zen Man Builds starting it off with $5. Like, if you guys can get on this right away, we can knock this thing out. We need more cocaine-fueled naked Twister with guys type stories. New boot goofing. Johnny, it's not your fault. Johnny's going to feel like it's his fault if you guys don't knock this one out. I'm sorry.
If you know, I'm kind of like a self-hating.
I'm sorry if we didn't do a good enough show for you today. Again, whatever you need, you're the paying customers. Let us know what you need. We will do it. Neil with $25. Thank you, buddy. That's going to put us 125 away from today's goal. Keep it going. We've only got 3 minutes left, and we're 125 away. Those 25s are huge. We appreciate it. Keep them going. If you could gift some memberships, anything you could do to knock that out. Pretty please. 3 minutes away. I have faith in this audience to do it. When it doesn't happen, when we get to the 0 mark and we've got nothing, that really does surprise me on those days. And it's a really big bummer. I do feel like you guys are going to come up big. I do feel like you guys are going to throw in. So thank you if you do. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. 125 away today. Thank you, Matthew Q. Says, sorry, broke, son back in hospital. Then don't give us money. I want you to make sure you have. I want people to contribute because they can and they want to. Trucker 18 Wheeler with $2. Thank you very much. 120 away. Thank you to Fuck You Dude for $10. Says it's not that the show's bad. I just have very little money. That's unfortunate, buddy. I'm sorry about that. So that's going to put us 110 away from today. Come on, guys. Get in there. We can do it. We've got 2 minutes left. We're 110 away from today's goal. The evening show has already been knocked out for today. Keep throwing in PayPal, Streamlabs, Venmo, $110 away. If we get close enough, I will do the 30 minutes and I will keep begging and we'll give you stories. Just keep us going. Just please keep this show on the air. Yesterday was such a good break from the stress and the struggle. Today, it's just right back in my face again. Thank goodness that we have tonight where we have no goal. Maybe the evening show will be generous and we'll knock it out. Guys, we got a minute and a half. If you got a couple of bucks, throw it our way. It is tight here in Steel Toe World. I want to be able to get the VIPs some extra merch. We're a long fucking way away from that. I don't want to get my guys paid on time is what I want to do. Well, look, we're a minute away. I'll give you guys, I'll shut the fuck up. I'll back off. I'll give you guys the next minute to try and knock this out or at least get it low enough where we can reasonably do overtime and keep asking. Rusty Grammer says, more racism and anti-Semitism. Jesus, I don't know if I have it in me. I really don't know if I have that in me.
Plus, how far before they start thinking we're serious, and then we have a problem.
30 seconds, guys. Well, maybe I get an extra half hour off today, and maybe the evening show comes up big, or maybe somebody comes up big in the last 30 seconds here. It's not for lack of me saying Streamlabs, PayPal. I don't need to say that as much. Either you guys will give or you won't. Well, it was an unsuccessful show today. We didn't get there. We'll try harder. I'll try harder tomorrow. Zenman Build says, what counts as low enough? Honestly, if we got to 80, I'd do it today. We need the money. Let's go last 10 seconds here. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, fuck. Well, Matt and I will try really hard for you tonight. Hopefully we can get that 110. Thank you, Neil, for another $30. That gets us down to 80.
Okay.
If we're 80 away, if you guys could come up with that 80 in the next half hour, I'd really appreciate it. I'd really appreciate it. All right, go on a rally, knock out this last 80. I'll do a half hour. Johnny, you don't have to do the half hour if you got something to do or you don't want to. I understand.
Nah, I'm good.
But, all right, let's do OT and try to get that last 80 done. And like I said, hopefully this is all temporary. Benny coming back, the shop opening up. Hopefully brighter days are ahead. Like I said, we fell behind that weekend where I had to take a couple $1,000s worth of shows off. So, with our profit margin being very small, the amount of time it takes for us to profit an extra $2,000 is a fucking long time. So hopefully we can keep knocking these goals out for the next couple of weeks and get back to a spot where we can be on a little bit better footing. And while at the same time giving you good content. $80 away. Be part of the rally for us, please. We would appreciate it. Zenman Builds with $10 says rally for that half an hour. Let's go. 75 away. Thank you, guys. 75. Yesterday, no drama shit, and the goal disappeared real lazy. Today, a bunch of drama and name dropping. There's still 200 left in the last hour. We did barely. If you think we did drama today, holy shit. What? Yeah, like, did we do 5 minutes of any drama? See that? Like, I love Approachable. He's one of my favorite guys, and he knows that. But he's one of the people I'm talking about when I'm like, boy, I wish you guys liked some more of that drama shit, because I really do enjoy it. It's funny. I like kind of goofing on people and shit like that. And it's not that invasive, and it's not that bad, and it does draw in new viewers. I really wish people had a little more of a tolerance for it, where they could accept it for maybe 10, 15, 20 minutes. It's really unfortunate. It's hard to really try to keep everybody happy on this show when they all come from different places. It's hard. like I said, when I wake up in the morning, I'm excited to do my show. But the one thing I stress about is I go, am I going to be able to keep the money coming in, on today's show? So I actually woke up. I wasn't stressed at all today. I was like, we've already got tonight knocked out. So that's great.
Right.
The fact that we've already got tonight knocked out, shit, that's extremely helpful. What does this say? Cannot advertise the sale of vapes on YouTube? What? That is fucking... God damn it, YouTube's fucking retarded. Well, we'll talk to Benny. Maybe we can't do that one.
Uh-oh.
God, if it wasn't for money, this show would be the greatest thing of all time. It really would. But that fucking almighty dollar, man. Let's go. Let's try to... I'll cheer myself up here. Let's knock out the 75 and hammer it out and call it good. I don't want to do 30 minutes of overtime for free. I'll be honest with you. Bob Costas, Bob Costas is not a guy that I'm a huge fan of. Bob Costas is one of those guys I was talking about before where, you get guys who talk sports now, but they're fucking pussies. Like, anytime Bob Costas ventures into politics, you're just like, A, you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And B, it just doesn't seem like it belongs in sports, like pussy fucking liberal opinions. In this clip, I like Bob Costas. We lost Pete Rose a couple of days ago, 83 years old. It's an absolute injustice that Pete Rose isn't in the Hall of Fame. 4,256 base hits, all-time leader in base hits in MLB history. Wasn't allowed to be in the Hall of Fame because he bet on baseball, or he bet on sports. I don't know if there's been an admission from Pete that he bet specifically on baseball, or if that Pete won't admit he betted on games he played or managed in. Now, maybe I'm a complete degenerate, but I feel like when it comes to sports betting, first of all, Shohei Ohtani was given an absolute pass because his quote-unquote manager was caught making shitloads of bets. The MLB looked the other way and said, oh, Ohtani wasn't directly involved. Fucking bullshit, like this guy wasn't making bets for Ohtani. And Ohtani goes off and has a 50-50 season, 50 home runs, 50 stolen bases. Amazing player. But yet Pete Rose can't get into the Hall of Fame because he made bets back in the day. It's fucking bullshit, and I'm really angry about it again because now he's dead, so he'll never get into the Hall of Fame, and we know that's something that bothered him, that's something that affected him, that he literally now took to the grave with him. Bob Costas made a great point about it here, but it's something I'm going to be pissed about no matter what. The minute they put Pete Rose in the Hall of Fame, it's going to be upsetting because he should have been in already. Let's play this clip. This is Bob Costas on ESPN yesterday morning. Oh, we've got an ad first. Yep.
They got to make
what
that.
What would be your perspective on the possibility of Rose going into the Hall of Fame posthumously?
Well, the Hall of Fame would have to change its rule, which was an ex post facto rule, to be honest, put in 1991, and obviously not aimed at Shoeless Joe Jackson, who, as Casey Stengel once put it, is dead and remains dead at the present time. He had died like in 1950 or 1950.
Shoeless Joe Jackson, for people who don't know, was was part of the 1919 Chicago Black Sox, who threw the World Series. They rigged it. They fixed it. That was a long time ago. Pete Rose got in his trouble in 1989. And the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame didn't make this rule about betting until 1992, so it shouldn't affect Pete Rose.
So 1991 is exactly when Pete Rose would have become eligible, right on the cusp of being eligible, retired as a player for 5 years, last played in 1986. Right on the cusp of his being eligible, they put that in. It was obviously aimed at Pete Rose. And from that day forward and to today, my position and the position of millions of others is, yeah, we get it. He broke the cardinal rule. He should be banned from baseball under that rule for life. But somebody got those 4,256 base hits.
Right.
And those 3 batting championships. Put him in the Hall of Fame, put it at the bottom of his plaque, banned from baseball, 1989 for life. It's part of the record. But he should be in as a player. And as you know, Greeny, if you have a slow day on a talk show and you just say, hey, folks, should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame? The phones light up.
Yeah, it's one of the, like, in sports talk, it's considered like one of the hack talk topics. Like, if you're having a lazy day, you're having a slow day, and you do a sports talk show, bring up Pete Rose, bring up Michael Jordan or LeBron, bring up one of those types of topics. Who's the greatest quarterback who ever lived? Pete Rose is a topic that gets people talking because, like Bob Costas said, it's fucking insane that Major League Baseball can acknowledge that there is a player out there that got 4,256 hits, but they can't say who and put him in the Hall of Fame. They can have the record that Ty Cobb is number 2 all-time in hits. Well, who broke his record? Well, Pete Rose did 4,256. Well, where is his plaque? Well, he doesn't have one. We don't let him because he gambled on baseball games when he was a manager. So we're not letting him in. It's bullshit. And even if they let him in, I really don't care anymore if they don't let him, if they let him in or not, because he's fucking dead. And now he does. I mean, maybe I guess his family gets to, see him go in the Hall of Fame, and that's great. But fucking hell, all because of gambling. And also this Ohtani thing pisses me off because it just kind of shows how selective the enforcement is to begin with.
Well, I mean, but it was his manager. It's almost like he had that perhaps as a backup plan.
What?
Just his manager be the fall guy.
Oh, Ohtani. Oh, I thought you were talking about Pete Rose being a manager. Yeah. No, the Ohtani thing is so obvious. And everybody just willfully lets it go. But again, Pete Rose has to die without being in the Hall of Fame. All right, guys. $75 away from today's goal. I want it. I need it. I'm doing overtime for you. I'm bending the rules because we need the money. $75 away. Could you please chip in? I hate doing this to you. I really hate being this way. But this is something I need to take care of my people and everything else. We need to get that down to 0. You might say, $75 was a big deal. I run those goals so that this show makes maybe a couple hundred in profit in a month. If I can just afford to keep everything going, I'm happy. So yes, 75 is a big L. And if you hate this show, you can make fun of us for it. We're losers. We suck. It's awful. 100% great. I agree with you. I don't care. I love doing my show. I want to make sure I can keep doing it. So therefore, yes, I'm going to do whatever it takes to raise the money to do the show. $65 away from today's goal because Dive Bar threw in $10. Says, fuck unions, fuck Democrats, fuck sports, fuck lawyers, fuck rich people, fuck Brussels sprouts. Did I say fuck unions yet?
I think we got it. Thank you.
Somebody said shut up and read Dive Bar's rant. I'm glad I read Dive Bar's rant because that was informative. Thank you, buddy. $65 away. Keep chipping in. Everybody keep going. This is everybody helping out to keep this show on the air. By the way, Dive Bar, I don't know if you heard me earlier, whether it's an email, a DM, whatever you have to do, send me your address. I have a $50 Stoney's gift card to send out to you. And if Shannon is listening, I need your information as well. Oh, boy. Fox and Friends Diner bashes J.D. Vance, saying he lied throughout the whole night. Oh, Fox News. I love these. So everybody does these now. They either have their room full of, regular people who react after the debate, or they go out to some place locally and they see how people felt about the debate. So Fox News went out to ask people what they thought. And this is always a dangerous thing to do because MSNBC has the way they lean. Fox News has the way they lean. So you could go and talk to some random person in a diner and they could be like, fuck Fox News. You guys fucking suck. Kamala Harris rules and Tim Walz kicked J.D. Vance in the dick. Well, it happened to Fox News last night. And before we get to that, Thank you to Big Earn for $10. Thank you very much, buddy.
Thank you.
$55 away from today. Knock it out, guys. Contribute. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, YouTube, Super Chats. $55 away. Let's fucking go. I don't want to do free overtime. I want to make sure you guys, I feel like you guys have my back. So I did a trust fall here by doing overtime. Reward the trust fall, and let's knock out this last $55. Let's check out this Fox News interviewing people at a diner segment. I think this is one of those, this is such a stupid thing that the news does where they're like, we're going to look like we're the voice of the common people. We're going to look like we're the voice of the regular guy. Like, you give a fuck. Like, all these channels create this narrative and then they reinforce the narrative. But then they go, oh, well, we want to hear from the common man. And then the common man speaks and they go, okay, fucking great. Anyway, guys, back to what we wanted to make this about from the very beginning.
Oops, the common man said what we didn't want him to say.
Yeah. Don't listen to that fucking retard. He's an idiot. Here's what you really need to think. Sean Hannity, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, apparently this doesn't want to play. Well, this is perfect for today's show. This is a microcosm of today. Holy shit. Are we gonna play? God, fucking Mediaite. Well, Mediaite's one of those sites that if you block ads, it sandbags the shit out of you. Right.
Hey, there was someone that raised their hand when I said, did Walls win the debate? Someone raised their hand and said yes. Who was that? Anybody want to claim it?
Somebody raised their hand. Get the fuck out.
I want to talk to him. Was it you, ma'am? All right, let's talk. Let's have a conversation. So tell me, you said that you believe that Walls won the debate. Why do you think he did such a great job?
Because he's very articulate. He knows his facts. J.D. Vance told.
I like that we have just a black guy staring daggers at an older white lady. I like this intimidation.
Sitting right next to her mom.
Yeah, I like this intimidation tactic that Fox News is going for. I think it could work. I'd like to see them use it more, especially with this lady.
Totally switched the script last night. He told untruths. He flipped the switch. He lied throughout the whole entire debate last night.
What are you fucking talking about? What does he flipped the switch mean? And when you're saying, oh, he didn't tell the truth, he lied all the time, he flipped the switch.
I think she's trying to say flip the script. I think she means, I don't know what
You're
she
right.
means.
It's fucking retarded. That's what I mean. Like, even if she means flip the script, that means you took what they thought you would do and you did something totally different. You flipped the script. You changed the game. It doesn't mean you lied.
Neither one of them did that.
Right. I thought I'll be honest, I thought both of them did a good job. I thought last night's
From
debate.
what I'm hearing, the whole thing was remarkably timid.
It was civil. It was discussing ideas. It was showing respect to one another, or as Trump voters would call it, gay shit. But I thought it was really refreshing to watch.
What he said was untrue. His stance on abortion, his stance on housing, his stance on the finance, everything was not true.
What do you mean it was not true? Like, his opinion on abortion is not true?
That's an opinion.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. One thing Democrats will never say is that Republicans don't feel the way they feel about abortion. That's for sure.
Do you think most people, when you look at the independents and the Dows, and even some Democrats still say J.D. Vance won the debate last night?
I think it's because he has had more experience on public stage in debating.
What?
So he won by default?
No, but she just got done saying how he didn't win. And then he's like, right. Oh, well, a lot of people say he did win. What do you say to that? Well, he's had a lot more experience. Way to stick to your convictions, dummy. We don't need to talk. You know what? This is...
Hey, I got good news for you.
What?
She's going to vote.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like, just go back to brainwashing. Like, every time I shit on the media or every time I shit on politicians, I listen to a voter talk and I go, you know what? We deserve it. Never mind. The people aren't that good. Who was it who said, someone once said America is a great place and worth saving. I agree with the second part.
I thought that was from Newsroom.
Now, I've never seen Newsroom.
Sounds like an Aaron Sorkin.
America is a great place and worth fighting for, or worth saving. I agree with the second part. Oh, no, it was humanity is a great thing and worth fighting for. I agree with the second part. I can't remember what that was.
And Tim Waltz is just your guy next door.
Thank you so much. All right, guys. So
did she say J.D. Vance, who's 40 years old and has been a senator for 10 minutes, has had more experience debating than 60-year-old Tim Walz, who has been a congressman and 2-term governor? Is that the position that she was taking?
I guess that's the position she's taking.
Yeah, she's dumb. She's really stupid. Dive Bar with $1 says, yeah, really, I can't use that card. So either give it to Johnny or Rusty Grammer. Oh, that's right. Dive Bar told me to give it to somebody else. I'm sorry. I forgot. I'm a dipshit. I apologize for that. All right, and also Camo Girl with $5 over on YouTube. That puts us $50 away from today. You know what? I might be happy with wrapping it up there and just letting the evening show take care of the rest of it. I think they will tonight. I think the evening show will take care of us. We don't need to put you guys through any more of my fucking wretched begging. You've probably gotten enough of it. Text message coming in. Why doesn't Walz and Vance fuck already? See, like, that's where I go, like, oh, the politicians and the media are the problem. But then I listen to the people and they're like, oh, it was a professional debate and they were really respectful. Why don't they just suck each other's dicks? And you're like, well, maybe, you know what? Maybe we don't deserve it. Maybe we don't deserve to have a nice civil debate between two guys who just, get along, but they just simply disagree. All right, guys, I'm going to wrap it up. I'm going to take off early. We're $50 short. What do? I'm going to have the evening show guys take care of it. I appreciate you guys for everything you've done today. I appreciate your rallying as hard as you did. Thankfully,
thank you.
Thankfully, luckily, last night, Gray Duckling came up big and knocked out tonight's goal early. So we're going to do a movie watch along. Hopefully, guys feel like dropping in $50 during it. That would be great. I'll be here by myself tomorrow. We'll see if we can knock it out then. Johnny will be on at 2 o'clock at Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. So go check that out. And we will talk to the rest of you tomorrow. Tonight, Movie 43 with Matt and I. Take it easy.